must begin.
What you think that you think that you think that we think is cool. You think that you think that you think that what you think you think
But it's clear that it must begin.
Hello, 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 folks. How is everybody doing today? We'll get started here in about 1 minute. Hi, Phil. Hey, it's me, y'all. What's up? Hey, what's up indeed? Welcome to the stream. What's up? Good to have you here. Ahmed, hello. How's it going today? Hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. The weather is decent today. I was playing frisbee with my dog earlier. Hey, Celeste, good to see ya.
But it's clear that it must begin.
Alrighty, welcome everyone. Hello. Hey, Git, good to see ya. Sagama says, I learned Python APIs this week. Cool stuff. Yeah, we'll actually be getting to APIs, networking. We'll be tying Python into web development a little bit later in this course. So that's awesome that you are starting to pick that up now. Maybe, you know, if you're around when we do the API stuff in this course, I'm sure you'll be a great source of knowledge for us. That'd be awesome. But yeah, Python is great for a lot of things, which is why we are picking it up. Hey, them, good to see ya. How's it going? Also, thank you to Tarovi and Asher G for the follows as well. Ahmed says, I always wanted to learn Python. I learned it twice and forgot it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually something that kind of happened to me. I did take like a Udemy course on Python probably like 6 or 7 years ago now. I took it before I was a developer, when I was doing just operations management for a production facility. And, you know, like so many of us do, I think, you know, there's this, there's the challenge of once you learn something, how do you retain it, right? Because once the learning is done, that doesn't mean that your brain is going to hold on to it forever. Because we kind of talked about this last time, that, you know, brains are weird in that they don't retain information unless we very specifically reinforce that information over and over again, right? Unless we learn it once and then we go back and we revisit it and revisit it, yeah, over and over again until it actually finally sticks and moves into our long-term memory. And then it becomes like riding a bicycle. Then you can go and, you know, revisit it at any time. But I think the mistake that, you know, Ahmed and I probably made was that we learned that material once or twice and then we never used it, right? Or we didn't use it enough. And then when we try to go retrieve that information, it's gone. I don't remember a single thing about Python. So I'm going into this course as a completely newbie, and nothing has sparked any memories or anything like that. Get Alpine says, I would train anything to delete the J.G. Wentworth theme out of my memory. See, that's it. It's the repetition, right? The repetition, that's why there's songs that are earworms, because they're very strategically played on the radio so much that they get their way into your head, and you start out maybe not liking a song, and then suddenly you're humming it under your breath, and then you never forget it. So that's how learning works, right? And so we got to learn how to use that strategically for the stuff that we pick up and that we want to retain. Yeah. Sagama says you learn cool fast API specifically. Awesome. Dr. Acula says, hey, everybody. Hey, Dr. Acula. Hey, Renitz. Tim says, same here. I took this course in January 2022. Now you have no idea what's going on. Yep. Yeah, that's what happens, right? So the goal here for me personally, and everybody should have their own individual goals if you're following along with this course. But for me here, the goal is personally that I go through this course, I learn how to apply specifically Python for data analysis. That's my goal, is to, all right, how can I use Python to facilitate automation and data analysis, but primarily data analysis, and then turn around and immediately apply it in my workplace to do better data analysis, right? Data analysis isn't a huge component of my job, but in my job as I develop ETL pipelines and I maintain a data warehouse, right? You got to make sure that what you've built is delivering the expected results. And often with tables that are millions upon millions of rows, or multiple tables of tens or hundreds of millions of rows. And so SQL, of course, is an excellent tool for retrieving data and doing some initial scraping. But if you want to do really statistical analysis of data, then Python is really better suited for that. So I want to combine my existing skills with SQL with additional Python analysis to really do better checking, do automated checking, do just up my game a little bit in terms of the quality of the data that I provide to our customers at work. So that's my goal with this course, but your goal should be tailored to something that's going to be relevant and useful for you and meaningful for you, because that'll keep you going with the course, and it'll also help you retain the information if you can turn around and apply it to something that's relevant to you, right? So maybe you do want to work with APIs. Maybe that's your goal, is to incorporate Python into APIs. Maybe it's getting better at regular expressions, right? Network program, maybe it's any of these things, especially in the more advanced topics here. It could be something that resonates with you, and that's why you want to pursue this course. Yeah. Hey, Dermy, welcome. Good to have you here. Are you you said hello, Python lovers. I'm assuming that you have a passion for Python as well. Welcome to the stream. Hope everybody's doing well. But yeah, if you missed the first stream last week, what we're doing is we're following a free course called Python for Everybody. This course is truly for everybody in that it is truly free. The creator of the course, Chuck Severance, he is a professor at the University of Michigan, and he has created not only this course on Python, he's created other free courses on C, on SQL, on other sort of really fundamental languages that are really useful in a lot of contexts. He's created fully free comprehensive courses on these different languages. So Dr. Acula says, how can we find those other courses? Yeah, so if you go through, if you're on the Python for Everyone homepage, if you go to the instructor tab, you'll see that he's listed out his other courses for programming for everybody. They're also on, if you go to his little personal website here, they're also listed on his personal website. And also just something to note as well, this line right here, the University of Michigan has a wide range of additional open online courses available at online.umich.edu. I haven't validated any of these courses. I don't know what they are or what their quality is, but just something to note if you're interested in pursuing maybe other topics outside of programming, you could check out their free roster of courses as well. So far, I've been very satisfied with Python for Everybody. I think it's great. It follows a lot of the fundamentals of learning that we use in 100 Devs. So it's a very familiar format. And of course, it's free, and you really can't knock free. It's free. It's simple. If you are following along this course, another thing I would highly recommend is that you log in. So you can see I'm logged in here. And what that does for you is it tracks your assignments. So it tracks how far you've gotten. It tracks, what you've done so far, your scores. And so, it's just a nice little assignment book that keeps track of where you're at in the course. Yeah. Ricardo Escobar, welcome to the stream. Hello. They say, I'm learning PyTest for my job. Python is okay for data analysis, but I may like a course on Polaris as an alternative for pandas. Oh, polars, sorry. Yeah, I think the reason that Python is so popular, right, is maybe that it's not the absolute best for one particular thing, but it's really good for a lot of things. It's also very easy to pick up. You never want a high barrier to entry for a language, right? Because then nobody's going to pick it up. But I think that's the reason Python has become so popular, is just it's a good multi-purpose tool. And sometimes what you want is a multi-purpose tool that can do a lot of stuff, and it can just do whatever you set it in front of, right? And I think Python is pretty great at that. Also, a lot of jobs in the data engineering space, which is the space that I'm in, a lot of them do list Python as a requirement on those jobs, just because it's such a good all-rounder type of language for the data analysis space, and the data engineering space, I should say. Not even just data analysis, but data engineering. Yeah. Okay, so where we left off last time, first off, does anybody have any questions before we get started? Right, as Ricardo said, Python is the best second option for everything. Exactly, yep. It's like a Swiss Army knife, right? Swiss Army knife has a bunch of blades. It has a bunch of, Swiss Army knife has a corkscrew on it, right? Is the little corkscrew on your Swiss Army knife better than an actual, big corkscrew with a handle that you would buy from the store? Probably not. Right? But is it right there on your Swiss Army knife? Absolutely. So it's probably going to be the one you reach for first if you're out camping. Yep. So does anybody have any questions before we get started? As we talked about last week, we are going to start with a little review. So what we're going to start with this week is we are actually going to start with the quiz for section 3 here. So we finished section 3 last week, but that doesn't mean that we're done with it, right? Because just like we talked about, if you don't review stuff, you don't retain it. So it has been a week since we looked at section 3. So how much do we remember? And that's why we saved the quiz on section 3 for this week. Okay? So, and if anybody has any questions at any point, if you're new to this stream, I'm always open to questions. Just make sure that they're roughly on topic for what we're talking about. If it's something off topic, I might, skip it for the time being and then come back to it later, because we try to keep it flowing around here. But if you have questions, feel free to ask them. And there's no such thing as a stupid question or a silly question. Those aren't real things. They don't exist. If you have that question, other people have that question. So you're just the brave one to ask it. All right, cool. That's enough preamble from me. You should, if you need closed captioning, if you need or want closed captioning for this stream, hover your mouse over the right side of the screen and you should see an icon pop up. Click the closed caption icon and live captioning will appear on your screen. Hey Rex, good to see you. Mr. Friend said, I would like to find out how you got so good at database architecture. So yeah, I'm a senior, my job title is Senior Business Intelligence Developer, but technically what I do is I'm actually a senior database or data engineer. That general definition better fits what I actually do. And how I got so good at it is just doing it. I've learned everything on the job. I enjoy what I do, which helps, right? Because that makes it more likely that you'll retain something if you enjoy doing it. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of a boring answer, but I just have learned everything on the job as I go. I don't have any background in this stuff or a CS degree or anything like that. You just learn it, you pick it up as you go, and everybody gets there eventually, no matter what niche you're in. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow, Annapalooza. Thank you so much. Good to have you here. Ahmed says, is Python for Everyone the best resource to learn Python? I wouldn't say it's the best, but it's free, it's open source, and so far I haven't found, you can't beat free, right? I'm sure there's paid courses with mentors and, live instruction, right? If we were to go to college and have a tutor teach us Python, that would probably be better. But this is free, so you really can't knock it, right? Hey, thank you, Pedro. Thanks for coming back. Good to have you here. Mintry says, do they have one like this for JavaScript? How funny, you should ask. Actually, yeah. It's not with Python for everybody, but it is with a program called 100 Devs. It's a similar format. It's a free course, free materials. And if you go here, I'm getting that command going here. Go there, check it out. That's actually the primary organization I'm affiliated with. Everything is free, just like it is with Python for everybody, except it's focused on JavaScript and web development. Also, it has an extremely active Discord, which I think we're like 50,000 members on the Discord. And again, totally free, just like this course. And free videos, free materials, live sessions with, job hunting help and tutoring and stuff like that. So yeah, check it out. Yep. I went through 100 Devs back in 2022, learning web development. I went from knowing nothing about web development to now building full stack apps really all the time here on stream. So yeah, I can profess that it works, and I know that many of the other folks here in chat have also gone through the program for free, not paying $10,000 for a boot camp, because nobody should have to do that, right? Your time is valuable. Your time is as valuable as your money, so why should you have to give up both just to learn something? Mister's in the program. That's awesome. Hey, Coder Girlfriend, good to see you. How's it going? Oh yeah, and nobody let me forget, if Coder Girlfriend is streaming by the time we wrap up today, we're gonna go raid Coder Girlfriend. They are also a streamer, and they're also in 100 Devs. So if they are streaming, if the timing ends up when we're done today, don't let me forget. We gotta give them a raid, okay? Cool. I'm gonna trust you guys to help me remember, because when I'm streaming, my brain goes down to like 50% capacity. So there's a high likelihood that I will forget. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to, like I mentioned earlier, we're going to start out with the quiz first thing. You'll see that I previously took this quiz. I took it earlier today, actually. I didn't refresh on anything. I just went in cold. I hadn't looked at anything that we talked about last week. I hadn't looked at anything for a week. And I just went in there and said, how am I going to do without studying, without brushing up? And I think I did pretty well. So we're going to go ahead and start with the quiz. So you can see I got a 92.9, and that's actually because I forgot to answer one of the questions. I just skipped it, like literally skipped it. So I got everything else right. I just accidentally skipped a question. Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. So in the following code, print 98.6. What do we refer to the 98.6 as? Is it, and we can go with A, B, C, D here, okay? Is it a constant, a conditional statement, an iteration / loop, or a variable? What do y'all think? A, B, C, or D? What is it? And some of this is going to be familiar if you already know any other language, JavaScript, whatever. Hey, Shalon, welcome to the stream. They say A. Kingston also says A. Jeremy says D. Let's see what the consensus is. Pedro says A. Okay, looks like survey says A, and I think I would agree with that. Now, why would we not consider it to be D? I think that really A and D are probably the only contenders, because we know a conditional statement is if else, right? Yes or no, that type of thing. So it's not that. Also, it's not a loop for obvious reasons. It's not looping. So why do we think it's A rather than D? How did we make that decision? Yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to describe it, Pedro. They say if it is a variable, it should be a reference and not a literal. So what does that mean in plainer terms? Essentially, what they're saying there is if it's a variable, you're saying, let's say x equals 2, and then later if you say print x, you are making a reference to the value you stored in that variable earlier. So you're not literally saying print 2, you're saying print x, which then references to that 2. So a literal is when you are literally printing the value that you want to print, right? You're literally inserting this value right here, the same one you want to print. It's a literal. It's saying, all right, do what it says on the tin, print 98.6, and what you get is 98.6. Right? You're not, so with a variable, you're making a reference to something else. With a literal, you are literally, what you see is what you get, typing that in there and then saying, do this. So that's what we call a constant. And another thing about a constant too is it's not going to change, right? I could change the value of x. I could change the value of x to 3, or I could change it to pi. I could change it to be anything I want. But a constant cannot change, right? Because it is what it is. 98.6 is 98.6. It's not a variable. It is a constant. It is the number 98.6. Okay? Now, this one was actually genuinely a bit challenging for me because I didn't go back and look this up. But the next question is, which of the following is a comment in Python? Now, if you know more than one programming language, this might be a little bit of a challenge because every single programming language has decided that they have to be super special snowflakes and declare their comments in a different way. And I was already getting SQL and JavaScript mixed up because SQL and like CSS and HTML, they all have different ways of putting out their comments, right? All have different comment notations, and some of them overlap, which is fun. Like, for example, doing a multi-line comment in SQL, this is the same as doing a comment in CSS, which, yeah, that doesn't help, right? So, exactly, as Pedro says. As Pedro says, you're right, I always need to double check it. Exactly. I've gotten it. I think that's the thing I have to Google more than anything else is when I'm working in a language, how the frick do I do comments? Especially single line versus multi-line. Anyway, rant over. So A is double slash. This is a test. B is single star. C is slash star. Or D is pound sign or octothorpe, however you want to refer to it. Okay, so I'm seeing a couple of D answers there. What do we think? Also, you're allowed to cheat as well if you need to double check yourself. Pedro says, without looking for it, I would have said D. Yeah, so I'm kind of hearing D. Kingston says D as well. Cool. All right, so we'll go with D. And yes, that is correct. Python uses the pound sign for comments versus something like SQL. You could comment something in SQL with the slash star like this. You could do a single line comment in JavaScript with the double slashes like this. Hey, Sergio, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. So yeah, every language decides to be, wants to be super special. I don't know of any language that uses, does anybody know of any language that uses the single star for comments? I'm just curious. This is the only one I couldn't think of. Does anybody know of any language that uses this for comment, like just the single star for comments? Pedro says, can you repeat the name of this symbol right here? It has a couple of different names in English. You can call it, so if you're on Twitter, you would call this a hashtag. But prior to that, it was known as the pound sign or the octothorpe, which is kind of a weird name, but it's kind of fun to say. So if you were looking at it on a phone keypad, you would probably call it the pound sign. But it's largely known as the octothorpe. Yeah. Octothorpe. Okay, but yeah, I don't know if this is a valid comment in any other language, but this is what Python uses right here. All right, next one. What does the following code print out? Print the string 1, 2, 3 plus the string ABC. No Swag says, well done for learning Python. Yeah, thank you. I'm already a data engineer, a SQL developer, a web developer, and I feel like a big missing part of my of my repertoire has been that I don't know Python. It's kind of amazing I've made it this far in my career without knowing Python, given that I'm a senior. working on big data warehouses and stuff like that, and I just have not learned Python so far, and I feel like I needed to, round that out a little bit and learn some Python. So here we are. All right, so we're looking at the choices here. Looks like folks are saying 1, 2, 3 ABC. Yeah, I'm seeing B's here. Okay. Yeah, and I'm thinking that sounds right, because if we're doing something, for example, this behavior is very similar if you already know JavaScript, right? The plus sign, when you're working with strings, the plus sign concatenates. It concatenates things, meaning it just shoves them together and turns them from 2 strings into 1. So concatenation is my favorite word, and so happy I get to reference it again. But yes, I would agree that B is the correct answer. Although this one is a very tricky one. If you forgot that, you might have chosen C, right? But nope, concatenation, baby. Okay. In the following code, x equals 42. What would we call x? Now, I kind of already gave you a clue to this earlier. But what would we consider x? Would it be a constant, a CPU, a function, or a variable? A, B, C, or D? Yeah, y'all were quick on the buzzer this time. Yep. Yes, we would call this a variable. Exactly, because we saw the other version of this earlier, right? We saw that just putting the value is a constant, just like it is in something like JavaScript, or really any other language. You would see x equals 42. It would be a variable. Yep. Now, this next one is a bit trickier. This is actually the one I accidentally skipped when I originally took this quiz, so I haven't answered this question yet. Which of the following is a bad Python variable name? Meaning that if you tried to actually use it, you would get an error. So our choices are 23 spam, which starts with a number, spam 23, which is all caps, spam with a capital S, or spam starting with an underscore. What do we think? A, B, C, or D? And you're also allowed to go back and look if you don't remember. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So, and I would agree with that. I would, and people are saying A, and I would agree with that, right? Because none of these have issues that I can see. All caps is acceptable. Capital letter is acceptable. Underscores are acceptable. All those are valid. This is the only one where I would say I don't think that's valid. Without looking, I would say immediately I don't think that's valid. So, yep, starting with a number, we'll go with that. Now, next one, which of the following variables is the most mnemonic? Now, if you're not a native English speaker, you might not know what that word means in this context. So I'll just define it really quickly. When we're talking about mnemonics, that essentially just means that it's easy to remember and it's easy to recall. So mnemonics can help us memorize things, or they can just make it easy for us to identify and retrieve information. So which of these variable names, just by looking at these, A, B, C, or D, which of these variable names makes the most sense and would give the most context if you were looking at it in a block of code? So if you opened up a script for the first time, Joe, who just retired, wrote this script and you've never seen it before and you can't ask Joe for help, out of the 4 listings here, which one makes the most sense? Yeah, folks are saying B. Yep. And I think I would agree with that. And the reason we choose B is because if you were to open up a block of code and you had never seen it before and you were trying to figure out what it was for, what it was doing, and what each variable meant, having something that's clearly named is going to more quickly allow you to identify the purpose of not only that variable, but of the code itself. Yeah. Now, do we sometimes use X for variable names? Absolutely, 100%. We sometimes use X for variable names, and it really just depends on the context. But in general, if you're able to, you should name your variables in a way that's descriptive of their function. Because by itself, X means nothing. But the word hours clearly denotes that, hey, what we're storing in here has something to do with time and probably something to do with hours. Exactly. Yeah. X could be, and it's an important thing to think about here. And Fuel Snobble says, well, X can be good if it's an X coordinate. But I think we can assume they're looking for B. Yeah, and it all depends on the context, right? So if we were looking at like a math problem, then yeah, we use X all the time, doing algebra or statistics or whatever. But without any other context, just by looking at this list, I think ours is the definite standout here. Yeah. Pedro says using underscore to separate is a good way to do. Yeah, well, using underscores can help make something more readable. If it's, you know, a multi-word variable, right? Like something like hours worked. You can use underscores to make it a little bit more visible as to what those words are, especially if you have, let's say, a word that ends with an S and then the second word starts with an S. It might be a little hard to read unless you put an underscore in there. Now, in JavaScript, we would use maybe camel case for that. But it just depends on the convention for each individual language, how you label your or how you, you know, separate your variables. Hey, Memphis, good to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Oh my goodness, we got some folks coming in. Hello. Yep. Oh, Rex says, let's see, hang on, I'm catching up a chat. Yeah, so how you define your variables often depends on the language that you're using, right? And it's not really that any of them are wrong. You can define your variables however you like, but oftentimes there are conventions or common patterns that every single language uses to define their variables, and you should follow those patterns unless you have a reason not to. Hey, Emerald, good to see you. Memphis, Emerald, welcome, welcome. Hey, Dave in DC. Awesome. Yeah, glad you found that the deploying to Netlify video. I'm glad you found that helpful. Yeah, that was a fun one. Basically, if you don't know what that is, it was when we deployed a full stack project to Netlify for free. Yep, because I know a lot of folks are struggling to deploy their full stack applications, knowing where to deploy them, especially one for tools that have a free tier can be really difficult to find sometime for full stack applications. So I did a video a while back on how we can deploy full stack apps to Netlify for free, hosting the data, hosting the API, hosting the front end for free on Netlify. So glad that was helpful. Yeah. Rex says, ads came up for me when you started talking about mnemonics. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Benjni. Sorry if I said that wrong. Thank you so much for the follow. Rex says, ads came up for me when you started talking about mnemonics. Can you repeat what you said about mnemonics, please? Yeah, so essentially mnemonics are just, it's just wording that makes it easier to recall something or understand something. So a common mnemonic might be the phrase PEMDAS, which we learned about last time, right? So PEMDAS is essentially a way to remember the order of operations in a math problem. So PEMDAS, parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. That helps you remember the order of operations in a math problem, which is going to become relevant in just a little bit, which is why I bring it up. But that's an example of a mnemonic, or, the various mnemonics for remembering the order of planets in our solar system. And so in this case, they're asking which of the following variables is the most mnemonic, because which of these variables makes it easiest to remember what that variable is for or understand what that variable is for. And so the answer is this one. Yep. Fuel Snapple says, in Python, I find the conventions on naming is not as strong as it is in, for example, Java. Yeah, and I think that just depends on how strict the language is. JavaScript is a similar way in terms of it doesn't really care what you do with your variables, right? People are going to name variables different ways. And it seems like similar for Python, a little bit loosey-goosey in that regard. Yeah. I find the word mnemonic not easy to understand or remember. I always remember it based on, there's a classic, not a very good movie, but there's a movie called Johnny Mnemonic with Keanu Reeves, like a young Keanu Reeves before The Matrix. So I always just remembered Johnny Mnemonic because it was about like a guy who could, like remember stuff really well, I guess. I don't remember. I don't remember what the movie was about, but for some reason I just think of Johnny Mnemonic, and then that reminds me of the word, which is a mnemonic for the word mnemonic. So enjoy. We're going down the rabbit hole here. I got it. Okay. Okay, so let's go on to the next one here. Which of the following is not a Python reserved word? So Python has certain words that you can't use outside of their intended purpose, right? So like you couldn't use that word to name a variable, right? It's a reserved word. It's only good for one thing, the thing that it's defined for. So A, B, C, or D, what do we think? Which of the following is not a Python reserved word? All right, I'm seeing a couple C's. Anybody have a dissenting? Always, Xmetric says, always C? Hey, not a bad guess. If you're guessing, you might as well guess C. Chaotic Rage says C as well. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and say C. Just even if we didn't know the list of reserved words, we could probably look through this and make a pretty good educated guess, right? We know that if and else have very specific use cases, not just in Python, but in multiple languages. So if and else, are very common words with a very specific use case. And, for could be a little bit questionable, but we do know that for has an intended purpose in many languages, including JavaScript and Python, to denote a loop, right? Now, the only one that we really don't have a definition for or a built-in definition for is speed. So I think that's a pretty good guess. Gaffa says speed is not Python's strong forte. Nice. Welcome to the stream, Gaffa. Good to have you here. Hey, Strain. Good to see you. All right, now we've got another one. Which of the following is not a Python reserved word? This one might be a little bit trickier. Break, continue, else, or iterate. A, B, C, or D. What do we think? Break, continue, else, or iterate. Now, we can already cross off else, right? Because else was in the previous question. So we can cross off C. It's not going to be that. Break, continue, or iterate. What do we think? I'm seeing some D's. I'm going to go do a quick hydrate here. Yeah. Okay. The consensus seems to be D. Thank you for the follow, Captain Wolfheart. Thank you. Good to have you here. Dave says, for reserved words, I always have to remember in JavaScript it's true, but in Python it's capital T true. At least I think so. Yeah, it's those little syntax differences that'll get you, right? Yeah. So yeah, I would agree with that. I would say D as well. And the reason I would say that is, of course, we already crossed off C. And break and continue are kind of opposites of each other, right? If we're thinking about something like a, just like a function or like a case statement or whatever, break is going to be when you stop that thing, essentially just halt it where it is, immediately exit. Whereas continue is the opposite, meaning, hey, keep going if this condition is met. Yeah. Cobalt Coder, welcome to the stream. Are you really a Cobalt Coder? Good to have you here. Thank you for the follow. Of course, Ricardo. Thank you for being here. Good to have you. Thank you for the follow as well, Ricardo. This series is going to go on for a while, so feel free to come back next week, and we're going to be talking about more stuff. All right, next one. Assume the variable x has been initialized to an integer value, e.g. x equals 3. What does the following statement do? Now, this should be familiar behavior if you know JavaScript, so should be hopefully a pretty easy answer on this one. X equals x plus 2. So x has already been assigned a number. And now what we're doing is we're saying x equals x plus 2. So A is retrieve the current value for x, add 2 to it, and put the sum back into x. B is this would fail as it is a syntax error. C is create a function called x and put the value 2 in the function. And D is produce the value false because x can never equal x plus 2. What do we think? A, B, C, or D? And you can think about it in terms of JavaScript, what this would do. I'm sure you've done this in JavaScript many times. Okay. Orangebo, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Yeah, I'm seeing lots of A's, and I would agree with that, right? What we're doing here is we're retrieving the current value for x. So let's say x equals 3. We're adding 2 to it to equal 5, and then we're putting it back in x, and so the end result is x equals 5. So yep, just a simple, reassignment here, and it works perfectly fine. Perfectly legal to do. Now, remember I gave you I had a little reference earlier to a specific mnemonic about the order of operations in a math problem, and I did that because it's a question now. So, which of the following elements of a mathematical expression in Python is evaluated first? So think about that mnemonic I told you, and which one of these, parentheses, addition, multiplication, or subtraction, comes first in a math problem? So now whenever you get one of those TikTok challenges that has a math problem, they're like, what's the answer? And everybody in the comments is wrong. You can go in and, comment the right answer. What do we think? Is it parentheses, addition, multiplication, or subtraction? A, B, C, or D? Pedro says A. Shalon says guessing A based off math from school. Hey, math from school, sometimes, if you're lucky, it'll be useful in the real world, and this could be one of those examples. Yep, I'm seeing A's, and I would agree with that. Yeah, because if we use the mnemonic PEMDAS, the first letter, that P in there, stands for parentheses. So if there's parentheses in that problem, the equation in parentheses is going to be evaluated first, followed by the other stuff. Yep. All right, now, what is the value of the following expression? Kieran says, math and me are rivals, lol. Hey, me too, Kieran. I sidetracked the stream for several minutes last week, having chat explain to me how one of these works, how one of these moduluses works. I was trying to understand the answer. So I sidetracked stream for multiple minutes, having chat walk me through how to use a modulus. So, hey, you're not alone, my friend. And you can still be a successful programmer, even if math is not something that comes to you naturally. Even if you have to work a little bit harder for it, that's not something that should hold you back. So 42 modulo 10. And yeah, modulo is the remainder operator. So if you're doing division, what's the remainder of that division? So in this case, what we're doing is we're dividing 42 by 10, and then the modulo means that the remainder is what's going to be returned from the problem. So the answers are 420, nice, 10, 2, or 1042. And I'm seeing a lot of folks saying C in chat. Yes, and I think I would agree with that, right? Because if we talk through it, if we divide 42 by 10, the answer to that directly is going to be 4.2. However, the remainder, if we were doing this as long division, the remainder is going to be 2. Yeah, because if we're doing it as long division, when you divide 42 by 10, it divides evenly up to 40, right? But this little hanging 2 here does not divide evenly by 10, and so that's the remainder from the problem. And that's what took me a hot minute to work through mentally in the last stream. And I'm not afraid to admit that. I got it eventually, and that's all that matters. All right, now we were just talking about those TikTok challenges. So, with your prior knowledge, what will be the value of x after the following statements executes? X equals 1 plus 2 times 3 minus 8 divided by 4. And it is not cheating if you want to put this into Python, the Python interpreter right now, and see what you get. That's not cheating. That's application of your skills. So feel free to do that if you need to. So our choices for the answer are 15, 3, 4, or 5. And I actually need to redo this one in my head just because I forgot what the answer was. Yeah, okay, I've got it. All right, what do we think? Orjabo says, asking Aunt Sally. Remember PEMDAS, right? So there's no parentheses here. There's no exponents. So multiplication and division are next. So we're going to do the multiplication and division sections first, and then we do the addition and subtraction. Yeah, so if we do the multiplication and division, we get 8 divided by 4, which is 2. And we get 2 times 3, which is 6. And so what we end up with is 1 plus 6 minus 2. Yeah. So we're going to say D. Yeah, and I think Shalon says, I think D, but the 0.0 confuses me. Yeah, and I think that's put in there on purpose just to do that to you. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Cute Aggro Wall. Thank you so much. I appreciate the follow. Also, too, I am almost dead, FR. Thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate that. I'm sorry I missed that initially. Thank you both for being here. But yeah, so the 0.0 is put there on purpose. It really doesn't change the answer at all. It's just a float versus an integer. Different type, right? Yeah. And Sweep, thank you for the follow as well. All right, we're almost done. This was a longer one, but we're almost done. All right, what would be the value of x when the following statement is executed? X equals int 98.6. So essentially what we're doing here is we're converting x to an integer. So what happens in Python when we do that? Is it going to be 98, 99, 100, or 6? And we can test this if we're not sure. This one's a little bit trickier. But if we are changing the type of a constant to an integer, explicitly defining it, I should say, explicitly defining it in this variable as an integer, right? Is it going to round down to 98? Or round up to 99, 98.6. What will it do? Avanit, thank you so much for the follow. And Sweep, thank you for the follow. All right, I'm seeing some A's here. Yeah, and we can easily check this, right? We can say, if we're not sure about that, we can say quickly, spool up Python here and say print int 98.6 and see what happens. Yeah, so we can see what we get back is 98. Good to have you here, Avanit. Yeah, so it's going to round down. And that was honestly, I couldn't remember that when I took this quiz earlier today. And so I just did what I just did right there. I checked it. I ran the interpreter and I checked it to see what would happen. Last question. What does the Python input function do? So if we use the input function in Python, what is the purpose of that? Does it pause the program and read data from the user? That's A. B, does it take a screenshot from an area of the screen? C, does it connect to the network and retrieve a web page? Or D, read the memory of the running program? I'm scrolled down as far as the page will let me. But the whole question should be visible on your screen. Ironclad says, I need to learn Python too. Well, you're in the right place, my friend. They say, okay, I'm seeing A, and yes, that's correct. What input does is it essentially waits for input from the user. So pretty well defined there. All right, let's submit. Let's see what happened. First, I'm going to make sure I answered everything because, like I said, I literally forgot a question when I took this earlier. So I think we answered everything. No worries, Ironclad. This is Python for everyone, and you can do !project in chat for a link. Oh, you weren't seeing it because of the subtitles. Oh, I'm sorry, Pedro. Yeah, I apologize. I really can't scroll down any farther. It doesn't let me. Yeah. Okay, let's submit it. Hey, look at that. We all crushed it. Crushed it. Yep. Good job, everybody. First try. Yeah. Way to go. Gaffa says nitpick, but wouldn't it pause the thread, not the program? Hey, yeah, and I think that's a worthy distinction to bring up. The focus of this course is really for people who have never programmed before, so they wouldn't really know the concept of thread, right? They're not going to know when you say thread, but I think it's the wording of some of these questions is maybe not going to use the most precise terms, but it is going to use the most accessible wording for somebody who's literally never sat down and written code before. That's really the focus of this course. But yeah, I think it's, technically correct, best kind of correct, right? is the best kind of correct. But sometimes we have to use words or terms that are maybe not the most precise, but are more accessible. So I think that's what's happening in this case. Yeah. Cute says, surprise, because other languages use the term scan. Yeah. Knowing one language can make learning a second language much easier. However, you always have to be aware that there are going to be syntactic or linguistic differences between those programs, right? They're going to have different, we were talking earlier about how each language seems to have a different symbol for comments, right? You know, and it can be hard to remember between languages. Even like, so I'm a SQL developer, right? And I've used several different flavors of SQL throughout my career. And by flavors, I mean like Postgres versus Microsoft SQL versus Oracle SQL. You can pick up any flavor of SQL if you already know one of them, but they are going to have several little annoying differences between them, you know, using different keywords to achieve the same thing or different formats to achieve the same thing. And so it's just something you need to be aware of. And that's why we practice, right? Yeah. Yeah. SQL does have weird comment symbols. It absolutely does. Yeah. That's, yeah. It's a struggle, man. It's a struggle. Wolfheart says, yeah, X is new X input. I'm assuming you're talking about the this question here. I'm assuming you're talking about that one there. They say X is new X input is weird to me since it was already defined. Yeah. So, and this works in JavaScript as well. So this isn't just a Python thing. I don't know if it works in other languages. If anybody else has knowledge of things like, you know, C++ or C# or you know, really Java or whatever, if this would work in other languages. I do know it does work in Python and JavaScript. But it's essentially just doing a reassignment, right? Because these single equals allows for a variable to be reassigned. And if we think about the order of operations of what's happening here, it's going to calculate the right side of the equal sign first. And then once that's done, it's going to read it into the left side. So this is a perfectly valid statement, even though it looks a little funky. Strain says, had to pick up some MySQL for a job interview, had only used Postgres before, and yeah, can confirm annoying syntax differences. But you were able to pick it up, right? I always compare it to like British English versus American English versus Australian English. Once you know one, right? Like I only know American English, but I can go to the UK and I can talk to people because we both understand each other, even if the vocabulary is a little bit different. Or I could go to Australia and talk to people because the vocabulary is similar enough that we can make sense of it. Yeah. Fuel says some languages don't allow reassignment. Yeah, I was probably assuming so. I'm assuming it doesn't work in every language, but it does in Python and JavaScript, fortunately. Wayne's Brain, thank you so much for the follow. S. Adam Dev, thank you so much for the follows as well. Thank you all for being here. Okay, so let's go back. I'm going to catch up with chat. I promise. I'm just multitasking here. Cute says, BD Dubs, thanks for pronouncing my name the right way. You're welcome. Glad I got it right. It was, it's always a toss-up. It's Cute Agrawal. Cute is English term and says it's spelled. Awesome. I'll try to remember that. In C# you get an exception, though perhaps there are ways to make it work and just don't know as much. Yeah, that's fair. What's interesting to me is that, Python is built on C. And of course, it's interesting. The lineage is interesting, how languages can diverge even if they have a common ancestor. So I don't know. Interesting. Outcasted Wanderer says would work in C# and C++. I'm assuming you mean with a semicolon. If a semicolon was added at the end. Okay, cool. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Outcasted. Thank you. Good to have you here. I love it when people who are, knowledgeable in other languages come in and, share their expertise. That's always useful. As long as you're nice about it, right? Dave says, x equals x plus 2 is basically the long way of writing x plus equals 2. Yeah, if you know JavaScript, you're probably familiar with that kind of shortcut way of writing that, but still works either way. UPS, welcome to the stream. They say, where are you from? I am from the United States, as you can probably tell by my accent. Yep. Although I could be from Canada, but I'm from the US. Wayne says, hello, welcome to the stream, Wayne. They say, hello, I also talk to people. Awesome. Yeah, we'd love to have streamers in the software and game dev space. It's a wonderful space here on Twitch. Very supportive of each other. We always like to raid each other. So yeah, good to have you here. All right, let's keep going. So we finished the quiz. Real quick, let's just do these autograder exercises. If you're following along with the course, you need to be doing the exercises. And the reason I say that is just because, like any good course, the exercises from one lesson will be built upon. You're going to modify it in the next lesson. So if you aren't doing the homeworks, you're going to get lost at some point, because the exercises from each chapter build on each other, and if you do them, it'll be pretty trivial for you to modify them in the next lesson. So let's do this real quick. I'm going to reset it. All right. So we need to Holly like getting crazy over here. They say the problem here says, write a program that uses input to prompt a user for their name and then welcomes them. Note that input will pop up in a dialog box. Now, that's not something that normally happens with Python. That's just what this autograder program does, okay? Enter Sarah in the pop-up box when you are prompted, so your output will match the desired output. Okay, so the code below almost works. Name equals input, enter your name, and then print howdy. Now, what we want to say, what it should say instead is the desired output of hello, Sarah. So we already have the input box here. Perfect. But now what we need to do is print that input in the output. So I'm going to modify this to say hello with a space. And then I'm going to use the concatenation that we talked about before. And I'm going to add that variable of name. So let's try this and see if it works. So if I say Sarah, let's make sure it matches the output. Yep, matches the output. And if you get it right, you'll see this green text appears here. That means that you answered the question correctly. Yeah. Holly, that plus plus x plus plus reminds me of how everybody used to come up with their usernames back in like 2010 on text forums, you know? You'd always have like Darkstar51 with a bunch of squigglies and plus signs, I don't know, and stars that, you know, in tildes and stuff. That just made me think of that. You know, everybody used to do like, you know, random capitalizations and plus signs and stars around their names. I wish we still did that. But now it's just only good for programming. Everybody's boring now. Okay, now let's go ahead and do exercise. It was for the meme. Hey, next time you make your username, just add a bunch of pluses and sparklies and tildes around it, and bring back the early 2000s internet culture. All right, reset this. So next question, write a program to prompt the user for hours and rate per hour using the input to compute the gross pay. Use 35 hours and a rate of 2.75 per hour to test the program. So they're telling us the inputs and the answer. So with those two things, we should be able to suss out this problem. You should use input to read a string and float to convert the string to a number. And that's really, this is the most important part right here. They say, do not worry about error checking or bad user data. Yeah, and the reason they're saying, why are they saying to use float here to convert the string to a number? Because, you know, think about this for a second, right? So the input box is going to pop up, and let's say I type in a number. Why won't that work? Why do I have to use float explicitly in my solution? Why do I need to use that? Why is that important? Oh yeah, Strain. I've been meaning to read that book. Thank you for reminding me of it. I've been meaning to read that forever. Thank you. Because internet. I'm going to write that down right now. I need to read it. We got a couple guesses here. So why do we need to use float after we ask the user for an input and they input something? Shalon says it returns a string by default, question mark. Okay. Pedro says because of the decimals. Both good guesses. Hey, H. Mendoza, welcome. Orangebo says additional instead of concatenation. Yeah, so all good guesses, but like with most things, let's test it out. Let's see why we need to do that float conversion. So I've got the interpreter open right over here. If we're not sure about something, the best way to check is by testing it, right? So let's test it. So I'll copy this first line here. We're gonna do it like we do Code Wars, right? We test all this stuff out. Whoops. I didn't copy it right. I'll just type it out, it's fine. Hours equals input, enter hours. Do that. Okay, so that's going to ask for an input from the user. And then I'm not going to do the whole, let's see, actually, I didn't mean to start that. Well, oh, and actually I can do this. So I put in enter hours, right? And now I'm going to try to do a type on hours. So what type of variable is this? Yeah. So I type in this input, I have entered a number, right? Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the raid. Hello. Wow, my notification didn't work, but thank you so much. Good to have you guys here. Oh, you brought fresh baked bread. I know that Maddie was working on baking some bread. So did it turn out okay? Yeah, they were working on making fresh bread on stream while coding. So they were seriously multitasking when I was on their stream a little bit earlier. Did the bread turn out good? Oh, good. I'm sorry I missed it. Hello, hello, hello. I got to catch up with chat. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much, everybody. Madeline, Ched Dev, Violet Bunny, Coder Girlfriend. Welcome, everybody. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for the follows. John Valjean, Retired Android. Thank you for the follows, folks. Violet Bunny, thank you. Aman, thank you so much. Good to have you here. Yeah, absolutely. Today we're working on Python. So I am my day job is probably if you know me already, you know me as Mayan Wolf here on stream teaching full stack web development. I'm a part of 100 Devs, just like the incomparable Madeline. She and I are on the stream team for 100 Devs as sort of, educational, helpful streamers teaching about coding. I normally teach web development here on stream, but in my day job, I am a senior data engineer with a major US university working with big data warehouses and building ETL pipelines. And I have somehow made it this far in my career without knowing Python. I know SQL very, very well. I know a lot about databases and database architecture and working with, huge tables and relational databases and stuff, but I made it this far without learning Python. So I am trying to become more well-rounded and learn Python here with a free course called Python for Everybody. It is 100% free, just like 100 Devs, and anybody can do it at their own pace, and I would highly recommend it. It's a fantastic course so far. So we're testing our knowledge here. And oh, thank you, Kieran. Oh, thank you, Madeline. We love having you here. Upskilling so hot right now, 100%, right? You should never stagnate. You should never allow yourself to stop learning, because that's, I don't know, in my opinion, that's when everything starts to go downhill. If you refuse to learn new things, that is when you completely stagnate, and what's the point, right? Like, why are you here if you're not learning new stuff? So, yep. Yes, Cute says we're learning Python today so we can be unemployed programmers. It's a hot career right now. I don't disagree, my friend. Don't disagree. Yep, we go get, indeed. Of course, Wolfheart. Yeah, Wolfheart, if you're interested in learning, you can always catch up later. I record all my streams, so you can go to my videos tab and see the first part of this stream and the current part later on at your own pace anytime. So everything's recorded. Okay, so we were just working on this problem here. So raiders, you're welcome to help out. I'm open to suggestions and questions and things as we go along. So we're working on this problem. And the question I just asked the group was, so the question is, write a program to prompt the user for hours and rate per hour using input, which literally asks the user for input, to compute gross pay. Use 35 hours and a rate of 2.75 per hour to test the program, and then the answer should be 96.25. They say specifically you should use input to read a string and float to convert the string to a number. And the question I had asked the group was, why do we need to convert it to float if what I'm entering is a number? And to answer that question, we ran a quick test here in the terminal on the right to show that if I use the input, function, even if I enter a number such as 24 right here, when I run this type on it to figure out what type it is, it will come back as a string. Any of the input that you get from the user via that input function, is going to be read as a string, regardless of whether or not it is intended to be a string, right? So if I were to type true or a number or really anything in that input, it'll be read as a string. So that's why we do the conversion. Okay? Yeah, exactly right, Q. Yep. So now let's finish writing out this problem. So we're asking for an input. The other thing we're going to need is the rate, right? So I can basically just copy this and say rate, and we'll say enter rate. So now I have two variables with both of those values, and my calculation is essentially just going to be hours times rate, right? So if I say hours, let's do pay equals hours times rate. And then I'm also going to need to convert those to floats, right? So, and actually we could try it without, just to show what happens. Well, it's not gonna work, but essentially, if you try it without, you'll get an error. And we could actually try just running this. Let's see. I want to see the error. So we'll do 35. Both of these are going to be numbers. 2.75. Yeah, so notice the error here. It says can't multiply sequence by non-int of type str for string on line 5, right? So it's telling us what the problem is. It's saying, hey, you're trying to do a multiplication here, and these are strings, and it doesn't know what to do. So if you're used to something like JavaScript, this is going to be a little bit different for you, right? JavaScript really doesn't care about types. If it can figure out that what you're trying to do is multiply two numbers together, even if they're technically strings, it's going to do it for you. Most other languages, I don't know, I think JavaScript might be the most forgiving language I've ever encountered in terms of types. So this is more of a taste of what you get with most other languages, in that they are going to be type specific, and you have to make sure something's the right type before you try to do operations on it. Yeah, exactly. JavaScript is the friend that hands you a cigarette. I love that, Kubil. Yeah, JavaScript is the friend that hands you a cigarette, 100%. So, it's asking us to please correct our code, so we can just say, hey, these are actually floats. That's probably the best description of JavaScript I've ever heard, Kubi. Thank you for that. All right, let's try again. We'll do 35 for the hours. The rate is 2.75. And I forgot to print it. Whoops. Yeah. We must use the print. That was the other thing I forgot. So if you couldn't read that error, it essentially said, hey, your code doesn't have any output. That's because I forgot to print it. Whoops. One more time. 2.75. 96.25. Perfect. Now, the only mistake I made here is I didn't put the word pay in front of it, but I mean, we got the right answer, so it's fine. I'll just change this really quick to say the word pay. But the number itself is correct. The calculation is fine. I just forgot to say pay. 35, 2.75. Oops. I typed in the wrong number. 35. One more time. I can do this. 2.75. Oh, and the last thing I forgot to do is I have to convert pay now back to a string, right? We're doing, we have to do multiple conversions here. So the error it gave me here was that, hey, this is a number. You're trying to add a string to a number. So we talked about concatenation earlier, right? We talked about concatenation. No worries, Kubi. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. We talked about concatenation earlier and how we can use the plus sign to concatenate strings together, right? And somebody asked the question, what if it's a string and a number? What would happen then? Well, what you just saw is what happens. We get an error because it's saying, hey, you're trying to use a plus sign in the traditional sense. It thinks that you're trying to add two numbers together, but it's saying, hey, this is a string. You can't do that. You know, this isn't a number. I don't know how to add these two things together. This isn't a number. So, or not something that it can recognize as a number. So last thing I need to do is convert this back to a string so that it's going to use concatenation instead of trying to do addition on it. Yeah. No worries, Proper Tech. Good to have you here. Better late than never, right? Yeah. You're all good. We're still technically doing review. We just finished doing the quiz and all the practice problems for the previous chapter. So you're fine. After this, we're going to take a break and then we're going to actually get into the new stuff that we want to talk about today. So you haven't missed anything new. We were just doing review from last week. All right. Try again. 2.75. Hey, there we go. We got it. Good job, everybody. Cute says, weird because in Java you can just concatenate int and string. I thought Python is smarter. Well, it depends, right? So if we were to try something like, I'm just going to do a print over here. If we try to do something like, so 5, which is defined as a string, and something like 2. Let's see what we get here. Yeah, so it still doesn't even like that. I couldn't remember if it was going to do, you know, convert that explicitly into a number, but nope, can't do it. So, oh, you found it because internet on Libby? That's awesome. I love Libby. Yeah, Overdrive and Libby are great for finding ebooks from your local library. So check it out, definitely. I love that. Yeah, I couldn't remember what this would do. So the best thing to do if you don't remember is to test it out. Bilal says, is this a lesson or is it you who's learning? It's the best thing in the world because it's both. Yeah, so it's both. I'm literally learning Python right now, but I'm also, essentially the way I do it is I go through the lessons first. I do the exercises first, just to get a feel for the material because I've never seen it before. I'm learning Python. But then I go through and I teach it back to you all on stream. So it is still new for me, but I am also teaching it at the same time. Because life hack, the best way to learn something is to take in the material, test it, and then turn right back around and teach it to somebody else. That is the true test as to whether you actually understand something or whether you just think you understand something. Because a lot of the times we read something or watch something and we think we understand it. Like, oh yeah, that seems pretty simple. That makes sense. And then we never actually evaluate to see whether we understood it or just thought we understood it. And so when I turn around and say, okay, now I have to explain this to somebody else, do I really know? Like, how am I going to talk about it? What am I going to say? And so that forces me to actually learn the material rather than just think that I learned it and move on. So I do, yeah, this is mostly, you know, I'm teaching it to y'all, but it really helps me more than anybody else, probably. Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate. Yeah. And we are going to take a break. We've done all the exercises. So we're going to move on to new material after the break. Malin says Libby is one of the apps holding our society together. I swear too. Yeah. Libraries are the unsung heroes of modern society. So please support your local library. I volunteer with my local library. It's super fun. I mean, libraries have so much more than books. They have online resources. They have free, a lot of the times libraries will have free access to courses and software. So things like Coursera, Udemy, learning resources, encyclopedias, online references, you know, paywalled libraries of research papers and academic papers. They will often have free access to those services if you have a library card. So, and you can even sometimes check out things like 3D printers or garden tools or cooking utensils. You can check them out from your library. So please make yourself aware of the services that your local library offers and support them if you can. Even if it's just by getting a library card and checking things out. That'll make sure that the state gives them funding. So check out your library because libraries are cool. Yeah, and also buy nothing groups are great as well. Yeah. Madeline says they're using their library for French right now. Some libraries even have 3D printers, and you can rent PS5. Yeah, video games, movies, whatever you want. It's all free. Check out your library. That's my little public television PSA for the day. Oh my goodness. Hi Kevin, thank you so much for the follow. And Dean, thank you so much for the follow. And also Bombaloni123, thank you so much for subbing. My notifications are broken, but oops, hang on. I clicked the wrong thing. There we go. Thank you so much for the sub. I gotta play the generic alert because my alert doesn't work, but thank you. Yeah, and experimentation is another great way to learn. Absolutely. That's why we've been, kind of testing stuff out in the terminal, right? As we go, we're just playing around with stuff. Just because actually applying something makes your brain realize it's worthwhile, and it's going to, make sure it works. All right, let's take a break. Feel free to keep discussing in chat. Ask questions if you have questions in chat. I will always read through those when I get back. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to move on to new material. So when we get back, we're going to be looking at what are we going to be looking at? Conditional execution. So how Python executes some statements and skips others. This is going to be a little bit familiar to you if you already know something like JavaScript or any other language that uses conditionals. But one thing, if you are familiar with JavaScript, you might think, oh yeah, I got this. I know how to do this already. But something that is very different between JavaScript and Python is Python pays attention to white space. So keep that in your brain. And then we will learn more about it when we get back from the break. Okay? White space actually matters in Python. It's important. So it'll be something that takes a little getting used to. And so that's why if you can practice along with us, it's going to be very helpful for you. All right. No worries, Crypot, sorry. Good to have you here. And I will see you again after the break. Be right back. Alrighty, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. As always, make sure that you're staying hydrated, make sure that you're stretching. If you've been sitting this whole time, get up and walk around if you're able to do so. And as always, please pet your cats, pet your dogs, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Good to have you here. Okay, now we're going to get into some new material. So we're going to go over conditional execution. Now, this isn't just going to be me reading. If you weren't here last week, this isn't just going to be me reading at you for, however long it takes to get through this chapter. The way that we're going to do things is I might paraphrase some of the text, but we're still going to discuss what's in every section, and I might occasionally ask you questions to make sure that we're following along, that we're not zoning out, and we're going to be doing a lot of the exercises as well. So as there's examples in the text or things come up, we're going to be doing a lot of the exercises just right here in the Python interpreter. So I'm going to go ahead and clear the interpreter here. Yeah. All right. Cute says, RIP Cute. He passed away without knowing what whitespace does in Python. Well, if you can hold on a little bit longer, we're going to get to that here in just a minute. Also, if you are, doing some additional studying on your own, what I really like about this course is that we're going to use the written text right here, the references right here. But however you like to learn, if you prefer to watch videos on your own, if you like to look at the slides, however you want to do things, there are options for you. So there's solutions to the exercises, there's walkthrough videos for the content of the text right here, there's the PowerPoint slides for the videos. So Dr. Chuck was very thorough in putting this course together and giving you a pathway to learning the material however you like to learn. Okay? So just so you know, you have other resources here that you can use. We're going to be using the written text. So conditional execution. Again, if you are familiar with other programming languages, such as JavaScript or really, most other languages, they're going to follow similar patterns when it comes to things like conditional expressions, Boolean expressions, that type of thing. So Boolean expressions, a Boolean is something that's either true or false. We should already know that term if we are familiar with other languages. That's pretty common. And just like JavaScript, you can use the double equals operator to check whether something is true or false, right? Is 5 equals to 5? Does 5 actually equal 5? Why, yes, it does. The result of that is true. Does 5 equal 6? No, it doesn't. The result is false. And just as a reminder, true and false are not strings. They are special values. They are truly Booleans. So they're a binary value. You can think of it as 0 or 1, on or off. They are the opposite of each other. So not strings. And this shows you some of the other operators that you can use as well. The double equals operator is a comparison operator, and some of the others you're going to be very familiar with from JavaScript. So bang equals essentially is the reverse of this. So bang equals is essentially equivalent to not equals. We have greater than, we have less than, we have greater than or equal to, we have less than or equal to, and then these two are a little bit different, but still fairly intuitive, right? So X is Y means X is the same as Y. So slightly different definition than equals, right? But is the same as Y. So if I was doing something like this in SQL, it's not this exactly the same description, but this makes me think of the SQL sort of like expression, or not like expressions in SQL, where I would generally use that for strings. So it doesn't explicitly say that, but I would assume that this is for string comparison, although we can test it. So let me see. Let me do this. We'll just do a quick test. Minewolf is Minewolf. This is just my guess. I haven't looked this up. Oh, okay. Syntax warning is with string literal. Did you mean equals equals? All right, let's do that. I'm sure we'll get to it eventually. Hey, look at that. Boolean comparison, baby. So equals equals works with strings too. Good to know. Okay. Remember that equals is an assignment operator and double equals is a comparison operator. And that's a mistake that a lot of people learning JavaScript will make as well, right? You really don't learn it until you make that mistake. Strain says Minewolf is not Minewolf, but is in fact a syntax error. Got it. Yep, that seems pretty much right. I agree with that. There is no such thing, and keep in mind, there is no such thing as an equal sign followed by an angle bracket. So just like in, grade school math or high school math, you would never write it in this order. So it's the same application in Python. Yeah. Legendary Urban Hacker, thank you so much for the follow. And Danny McGee, thank you for the follow as well. Hi, Kevin. Thank you for the follows. Sorry I missed those earlier. Thank you so much for being here. Great to have you here, folks. And there are 3 logical operators. Again, this is another similarity to JavaScript here. We have and, or, and not. So essentially and is essentially, both things are true, right? The 2 things on either side of the and are true. Or specifies if one or the other is true, or, whatever you're comparing is true, then that it will evaluate to true. So with and, both have to be true. With or, at least one must be true. And not essentially reverses the results of whatever you apply it to. So if both things are true and you apply a not to that statement, it will reverse the result to false. So we have some examples here, right? Let's set x equal to 1. We'll do this. I've got to click in the right place so it doesn't scroll down. We'll set x equal to 1. We'll set y equals to 2. And then we'll check to see whether x is greater than y. And so the result is false that we can see here in the terminal. But then if I say the same statement, but apply not, then it's going to reverse the result to true. Yeah. And also something to make note of here is that the operands of the logical operators should be Boolean expressions, but Python is not very strict. Still stricter than JavaScript, am I right? Any non-zero number is interpreted as true. So think about it in terms of, in JavaScript, sometimes we'll use 0 for false and 1 for true. In Python, they're essentially saying, hey, any non-zero number is essentially also interpreted as true. So a 0 is going to be interpreted as false, but any non-zero number will be interpreted as true. And that's kind of similar to the truthy-falsy concept in JavaScript, right? Little fuzziness there. But it does explicitly say you might want to avoid this until you're sure you know what you're doing, which I think is pretty good advice for anything, right? Don't touch it until you know what you're actually doing. So conditional execution. Now that we know what the operators are, we can say, hey, if we want to write a functional program, we probably need the ability to check conditions and change the behavior of the program accordingly. We can use conditional statements to do that. So simplest form is the if statement, our dear friend, the if statement. Now, what do you notice, before we go any farther, what do you notice about this if statement? Let's look at its characteristics. So if x is greater than 0, pretty standard. The first difference that we notice is a colon, right? What do we notice about the second line? What do we notice about the second line of this statement? Furhan, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. So yeah, we notice a couple things, right? It's indented, meaning that it's set away from the left margin. Dave says there's no brackets. That's also true. That's a difference from JavaScript, right? No brackets. Yeah, and King says white space. Hey, Brown Skills, good to have you here. Better late than never, exactly. Moto Mario, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so one of the things we notice here is that there is an indentation on the second line. Now, we do this all the time in JavaScript, right? It makes your statements easier to read if you do proper indentation. But if I wanted to, and I have done this very occasionally, you could write an if statement with all the proper syntax on a single line, right? You could take that if statement, put your brackets around it, and just do a Code Wars one-liner with your if statement. And that would be no problem for JavaScript. However, and we'll talk more about this in a minute, but this is repetition right here. White space in Python does matter. There is a reason that this is written this way, and we'll get to practice that in just a minute. So I'm just introducing this for now, and we're going to talk about it more as we go along. So this being written the way it is functionally important, not just, for style points. Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate, Daddy. Okay. So the Boolean expression after the if statement is called the condition. And we end the if statement with a colon, and the lines after the if statement are indented. And this is pretty standard if logic. If the condition is true, the statement gets executed. And if it's false, the statement gets skipped because we don't have an else condition here. So if it's not true, it skips over it. If statements have the same structure as function definitions or for loops. So we're going to see a common structure here whenever we use a for loop or a function or whatever in Python. We have a header line with a colon character followed by an indent. Statements like this are called compound statements because they stretch across more than one line. So this statement here is basically saying, hey, if x is greater than y, print x and then print y. There's no limit on the number of statements that you can put in the body of an if statement, but you have to have at least one, which makes sense, right? The whole purpose of an if statement is to, do something if that condition is true. So we need to have something to do. You might use a body with no statements for a placeholder, but you would have to force it to pass the Python interpreter check. So it's kind of like an overwrite, right? If you're coding and you're like, I don't know exactly what I want this to do yet, you can use the pass keyword to pass by. Now, here's where we get into the nitty gritty. These are the, this is where we encounter our very first large departure from JavaScript. So if you've been following along so far, I mean, pretty lot of similarities between JavaScript and Python, right? Commonalities, very similar. This is our first major departure. So if you enter an if statement in the Python interpreter, the prompt will change from 3 chevrons, or these angle brackets here, to 3 dots to indicate that you are in the middle of a block of statements. So it's waiting for you to essentially, you start your if statement, it recognizes the colon, and it says, oh, okay, you're in the middle of a statement. And then as long as you're inside of that statement, it's going to give you 3 dots. And the way you tell it that you are still inside the statement and you have not finished it is with indents. Because in JavaScript, you would use something like the curly braces, right? You'd use curly braces to enclose your if statement, and the compiler would know, oh yeah, we're done, with this if statement because I've encountered a closed curly bracket. Python doesn't have that. So in Python, the way you tell the interpreter, hey, I'm done with this if statement, is when you are no longer indenting the lines that you are entering. So let's do that just to better illustrate what I'm talking about here. So we'll set x equal to 3, and we'll say if, and I highly encourage you to follow along with this particular exercise. It's really valuable to see this yourself. So if x is less than 10, I've got the colon, I've got the correct syntax here, so it's going to recognize that I'm starting an if statement. Now we can see that my interpreter has changed from the chevrons to the dots, right? So I'm inside the if statement now. And I'm not just going to start typing again, because if I do, let's just do that. So I'm going to say, okay, I'm inside my if statement. If this is true, I want it to print the word small. Okay, do that. Oh no, it didn't work. It didn't work. What did I do wrong? It knew I was inside the if statement. Why didn't it like that? It says expected an indented block after the if statement on line 1. So it thought that I was inside the if statement, but since I didn't indent this line, since I didn't indent this line, it's like, oh, hey, you didn't give me the appropriate input that I was expecting, right? So now let's do it properly. So I'll set x equal to, well, I don't know, I can just use the same x as before. If x is less than 10, let's do it right now. And I'll show you the difference between these two formats. Because it's a little hard to see sometimes if you're not looking, if you don't have something to compare it to. So notice now I hit the tab key and I indent much farther, right? So now I'm saying, okay, I'm inside, the interpreter's expecting me to be inside the if statement, and I'm confirming that because I indented this line, okay? And the next thing you notice is that when I hit enter, instead of getting an error, I get another ... So it's essentially saying, okay, you've entered one line of your if statement. Would you like to enter another line of your if statement? And I don't. I'm done with my if statement. So to close out that if statement, I just hit enter again. And when I do that, it ends the if statement, it checks the value of x, and it says, okay, if x is less than 10, it is print small. So this is how a properly formatted if statement is going to look in the interpreter. Okay? So notice the difference between these two. This one almost looks correct at first glance because it recognized that I was trying to build an if statement, but then I didn't confirm that by indenting, and so it gave me an error. Here I did it properly. I did the tab, I did the indent, I left a blank line at the end, and it gave me the correct result. So this is how it's supposed to work. And you'll notice that they did the exact same thing right here. Added an indent, added a blank line, and then we get the correct result at the end. And it says right here, when using the Python interpreter, you must leave a blank line at the end of the block, otherwise Python will return an error. And they show us the exact same error that we got in our terminal as well. Now, if you want to add additional conditions to your if statement, hey, Maiva, welcome. Good to have you here. Orjabo says it doesn't show in the editor, but this makes sense. Yeah, so we're going to do an exercise later where we actually do an if statement in an actual Python script in a file. And I'll show you the differences between working in the interpreter versus working in the file. Yeah, because there are differences. However, both in the interpreter and in the file, you will have to use indentations and whitespace. It doesn't really matter what the format is, but it does look different in the interpreter versus the editor. Yeah. Cute says, if you have to copy and paste a Python code with a bunch of if-elses, you might as well retire immediately because it will take an eternity to figure out where the conditional ended. Yeah, I gotta say, that's one of the things that I like about JavaScript, and that it's very explicit about where the conditionals start and end because you're enclosing them in curly brackets, and you can use, VS Code VS Code highlighters to click on one bracket and it'll tell you where it starts and where it ends. The opening and the closing, it'll highlight it for you. And so that's very helpful. I gotta say. So yeah, I could see how this could become very complicated if you have a lot of nested ifs and, you know, really complicated conditionals. It could get really gnarly really quickly. So just like with JavaScript, you can have if and else. And notice the formatting here, right? Same as with a regular if statement. When you have an else statement, you have to indent the contents of that else. So pretty standard there. You can also add, essentially, rather you can say like if and then else if, right? This elif here, this keyword is for essentially additional if conditions prior to getting to the final else. So we can say if, else if, and then else. Yeah, exactly. As Holly says, if you have too many nested if else's, you're doing something wrong. Time to refactor anyway. I agree with that, definitely. I think in any language, no matter what language you're using, multiple nested if else's probably need to be refactored. Whether maybe you can convert it to a switch statement or a case statement, right? Maybe you just need to refine your logic to be more precise and to have better logical pathways. Maybe you could be using functions to you know, reusable functions, right? To do some of that initial work prior to getting to that if statement. So yeah, having like maybe like a one level of nesting is okay, maybe, depending on what you're doing, but there's usually a smarter way to do it. It just depends on what you're trying to accomplish. So refactoring can be your friend in those situations. Yeah, and in JavaScript as well, if you've got a single line conditional statement, you can skip the curly brackets. Yeah, JavaScript really lets you do whatever you want. Exactly. Cute says, does else if work without elif? Oh, and thank you for the follows, folks. Sirhat and Coding with Ramin. Thank you so much for the follows. Good to have you both here. Let's test it really quickly. You know, we always say if we have a question like that, let's test it out. So we're going to say if x is less than 10, then yeah, we'll just do print. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to do. That's fine. Print. I'll just see if it gets a syntax error first. Small. Oops, I can't spell either. Small. And then we'll say else if. I have a feeling this isn't going to work, but hey, there's no harm in testing it, right? Oh, and I have a syntax error in my print as well, so it's not going to work anyway. Yeah, there we go. All right. If we'll do if x is I'm going to do if x is less than 3 for the first condition. If x is less than 3 for the first condition, print small. And then, oh, gosh dang it, I messed up again. I'll get it right the third time, I promise. If x is less than 3. This is why we practice, though. You get better at this stuff as the more you do it, right? So print. The interpreter is not as forgiving as if I was doing this in a script. Print small, and then we'll do else if, say if x is, let's say it's x is equal to 3. Else if, sorry, x is equal to 3. And then we'll say, yeah, it doesn't like that. Yep. So you notice it, as soon as I tried that, it does not like the else if. Yeah. So immediate error there. And the reason why I already suspected that wouldn't work, but it was still worth a try, right? There's no harm in trying this stuff. It's not a bad question. The reason I suspected it wouldn't work is because of the space here, right? Because generally, if you're calling something, it's going to be a single, you know, like those reserved words and things like that. It's going to be a single word. Because these two if you put a space in something, it could be two separate things that you're trying to invoke, right? And that's what the interpreter is reading it as, is two separate things. Okay, I got to catch up with chat here. We're buzzing now. All right. Brownskill says, what can you do with Python apart from using it to work with data? It's not like JavaScript that has only one purpose. I would disagree that JavaScript has only one purpose. I would say JavaScript is a multi-purpose language, just like Python is. Now, SQL, my primary language, I would say that is a single-purpose language. It works with databases. That's what it's for. But languages like JavaScript and Python can do a lot of things. They can do so much different stuff. That's why they're so much fun to learn. I know about different libraries such as NumPy and Pandas. Never done anything else using Python. Yeah, you can use Python for a lot of stuff, and this course actually goes through some of that stuff. So down here at the bottom, using web services, network programming, databases, and data visualization are what this course covers. But there's so much more that Python can do. It really is a Swiss Army knife type of a language. Now, I'm not saying it's the best at doing those things. I'm just saying that it can do those things. Not Your BF and Ayrton, thank you so much for the follows, folks. Yep, you can use it to make games, web apps. Oh, thank you, Maiva. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, Mayan Wolf, my little wolf graphic. It does work for Halloween. I hadn't thought about that, but it's mostly just because of my username, Mayan Wolf. I'm glad you like it. Brown says, oh, awesome. I've only used it with data sets. It's a very cool experience. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's fun. Crypot says you can only have one if statement, right? The other two following, elif and else, they have different meanings, or am I late to the party? No, so let's go back to that. So this if right here is just the first condition. So we have multiple conditions here. Essentially, this is doing the same thing. It's just continuing the if statement. So first we're checking to see if x is less than y. If that's true, then we print this value right here. If it's false, then we just go on to the next condition. So we're checking to see if x is greater than y. So this check is complete. If it's false, we go on to this condition. And we could have, a dozen of these elif statements checking various things. But the first time it encounters something that's true, it's going to go into that, true condition. It's going to do the print, and it's going to end the execution. However, if we reach the end of this statement and nothing else has been true so far, this is essentially like our exit condition here. It's going to say, all right, if nothing else was true up to this point, then do this. This is what we do if all else fails. Okay? And Crypot, so I think your question was, can we only have one if statement? If you're talking about the wording here of using the keyword if, yes, we can only have one if keyword at this level, but as we'll see later, we can do what's called nested if statements, where we have an if statement and then we put another if statement inside of it. So if this is true, then we execute another if statement as the condition, as a secondary condition. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier in terms of that can get kind of hard to read. And we'll see an example of that a little bit later. Cute says, how do you get out of else if? Because enter will submit the code. Yeah, so let's I know we've been messing around with syntax errors and stuff here, but let's do a real one. So this example right here, if, so let's say, all right, x equals 3 and y equals 2. So if x is less than y, then it's going to put me inside of the if statement. We'll say, I'm going to indent. Notice I hit the tab key there. Print x, print x is less than y. Okay. Now notice when I hit enter, I'm still within the if statement, but it's not indented. So if I type elif here, it's not going to treat it as part of this initial if statement. It's going to treat it as an additional condition because I didn't do the indent. So I'm still within the if statement, but I'm allowed to add an additional condition because I didn't do the indent. So x is greater than y. And now I'm going to indent here to show that I'm inside of this else if. Print x greater than y. And then finally else x and y are equal. Okay, and I think the question might have been, okay, now how do I get out of the if statement when I'm done? Notice that it gives me another blank line here, but if I'm done, I just hit enter again without typing anything, and that closes the if statement. So we can see here that the answer is correct, that it's given me, it's evaluated to the correct condition, which is the second one right here. Okay? So that's how we make it work in the interpreter. I hope that helps a little bit with learning how this works. They say, you know, and in this case, when we're typing this, enter does not submit the code. If it recognizes that we're inside of an if statement, it's not going to submit the code until we are actually done with that statement. And that's why the little prompt here changes from the chevrons to the dots. That's telling us, hey, if you hit enter, I'm not going to submit this until you're done. I know I'm way behind chat here. I promise I'm catching up. Ayrton says, just a question. Welcome to the stream, Ayrton. They say, do you think it's worth learning C++? My school is teaching it and I don't think it's worth it. It depends. What do you want to do? If it's free and your school is teaching it, I mean, why wouldn't you learn it? I think trying to determine whether or not something is worth it without knowing a little bit about that thing can be really dangerous, right? I think it sounds like maybe you're a student. Are you a college student or a university student, or are you a secondary school or high school student? Because if you're still in secondary school or high school, I think it's really important that you don't close yourself off to anything until you've tried it, especially if it's free and your school is teaching it to you, right? Give it a try, see if you like it. If you don't like it, that's fine. That's okay. You can try learning something else. But learning any language, especially while you're in school, learning any language, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be COBOL, it could be assembly, whatever. It could be Java, JavaScript, SQL. Learning any language, no matter what it is going to give you a foothold and an ability to learn every other language going forward. So what you start with really doesn't matter. It's what you decide to do with it and your ability to keep learning other languages going forward. And learning the first language that you start with is going to give you the ability to learn other languages so much more easily. Yeah. Crypot says, can you get a job with just Python? I mean, Python plus, basic skills in Excel and maybe a little bit of SQL is probably enough to get you a data analysis job. It really, I would look at, again, like somebody else said, what are the local jobs in your area? What do you want to do? First off, what do you want to do? Do you want to do data analysis? Do you want to build APIs? Like what's your jam? And then look at what your local area is asking for on job descriptions. Yeah, you can do web scraping, absolutely. Yep. That's another thing I'm interested in doing with Python is some web scraping as well. Yeah, so Spaghetti says, if you write anything other than else or elif, the if statement automatically ends. Not necessarily. So we need to be careful with saying that. How we actually end the if statement is by putting a blank line at the end. That explicitly ends the if statement. So the explicit end to an if statement is a blank line at the end. Yep. Yeah, got to go deep and not wide on any language. Exactly. It doesn't matter what the language is, especially if you're in school. It really doesn't matter. I know that sounds like, oh my gosh, do I learn JavaScript, SQL? What do I learn? Especially if you're a student, it doesn't matter. Just learn something and get good at it and know how to apply it. And then you'll find that you can naturally pick up any other language or skill that you want in your, in the field. Yeah, C++ is a really popular language, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure we'll do a session on web crawling eventually. That's something I really want to do. Spaghetti says the blank line is specific to your thing, I think. I'll say this, it's specific to the Python interpreter. So if I was writing this in like in a Python script like this is a little preview. If I was writing this in a Python script like this, like what I have up here, I would not need to put the blank line because that's a script and it's going to evaluate as is. But if I'm working in the interpreter, I have to put the blank line at the end. Otherwise, it doesn't know whether or not I'm done with the statement. 40 Hertz says web dev is almost completely dead at the moment. I would not say that. I disagree with that. Everybody's going to say like, oh, there's no jobs in one particular field, or there's no jobs in this, or don't do that. And I think it's very dangerous to discourage people from a particular field in tech when the field of tech keeps expanding and there's more jobs in more fields. I would say pursue web dev if you enjoy it. You can always get freelance clients. Sometimes it might be harder to find a job than others. I don't deny that the tech market is difficult to find a job in right now. I personally have been looking around at jobs for a while. Not that I don't like my current job, but you should always be looking. And no matter what, I'm not in the web dev field. I don't work in web dev. That's not my field. I work in data engineering, right? It's difficult to find jobs there too. But I would say that, yeah, the job market is different than it is now, but it's different everywhere. So you just got to change your approach. You got to network. And if you network properly and make sure that you're taking the time and the care to format your resume, make sure that you have a good portfolio, then you can get a job in whatever field or language you want to get a job in. So there's jobs everywhere. We just have to change our approach. And it's going to be more difficult in every field. That's just the state of tech right now. But that shouldn't stop you from trying. Yeah, exactly. As Strain says, second round interview, coming up for a dev job on the 30th. They're out there still. 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. And just to be clear, I am currently employed. So I'm not like, my job hunt has been very casual. My job hunt has been very casual. So I'm not on the grind 24/7. I'm just sort of casually out there. But it's difficult everywhere. So you shouldn't write off specific sectors just because we think that they're bad, right? We should be casting a wide net. We should be aware that the entire tech job market is a bit rough right now. And so that's why you need to be diligent in your approach and smart in your approach as well. Networking, not just clicking apply, making friends, making connections. Those are the people that are going to get you your job. Yeah, I do like what, let's see. I'm sorry, I'm way behind the chat again. I love y'all are buzzing. It's great. I love it. Strain says, I learned Fortran in school. Oh, that's rad. I love that. But yeah, they're better at JavaScript than Fortran, but JavaScript is much easier to pick up with a programming background of any kind. Exactly. SQL is very, very different from JavaScript. If you have ever used SQL before, you will know that it is extremely different from JavaScript. It has a completely different foundation, a completely different lineage. It is a much older language than JavaScript, so it's very different. But still, it was easier for me to pick up JavaScript because I already knew SQL. Brown Skills says, when you did 100 devs and completed it, did you add it in your CV and LinkedIn? I did, but I added it as volunteer work. I added it as like as a sort of an extra thing I was doing because I'm not pursuing a job in web development. And I think that's the important distinction. I'm not pursuing a job in web development. I'm pursuing a job in data engineering. And 100 Devs is not a data engineering course. It's not a data engineering agency. So I put it on there as I was a volunteer at 100 Devs, teaching classes, which I do, right? That's what I do. So for me, I'm using it as more of a feather in my cap in terms of volunteer work and to show the variety in my skills. So again, it's strategic in how you use those resources as well. Yep. Focus on the problems you want to solve, not the tools you use to solve the problem. 100% agree. That's fantastic. I love that. Bragard, welcome to the stream. Hello. And also Fluent Pixel, Marcel, and Crash Override. Thank you so much for the follows. Great to have you all here. Bragard says there are still jobs available in Algol, COBOL, and Ada. Right. Yeah. even languages that are considered legacy languages have work out there for them. So you don't always have to learn the newest, best, shiny thing that people are talking about on Twitter, right? The SQL, the language that I use in my day job, SQL is SQL is like almost half a century old. It will be pretty soon. SQL is almost half a century old, and I have made a successful long career out of just knowing SQL. So yeah, there's no such thing as, truly a legacy language. Strain, congrats on the interview. Good luck. Yeah, and knowledge in one field acts as the foundation for another. Exactly. Yep. The market changes all the time, right? So if you are starting to learn now and you're like, oh, I'm not going to do web development because nobody's hiring for web development, by the time you're actually looking for jobs, the market could completely flip around, right? And then you're in the wrong seat again. So because learning takes time, you're always going to be a little bit behind the ball. So you can't predict what the market is going to do. You just have to go with what you enjoy, learn the skills, and be strategic about your job hunt, right? That's all I can say. Just be strategic in the way that you look for jobs with the skills that you have. Yeah. Kieran says, I've been in web dev both on the job and freelance. Life is good. That's awesome. Yeah. You can always make your own business, right? Get some freelance clients. Of course, Crypot. Glad to be here. Yep. Put yourself out there. Be authentic. I love that, Celeste. 100%. Starflower, welcome to the stream. They say, hi, I'm new here, and I'm glad to immediately hear validation for my personal strategy for staying sane as a jobless but passionate programmer. Yeah, it can be difficult to, to not be employed and to keep maintaining your skills. But yeah, you just got to keep with it. And, of course, feed your family and do what you got to do to feed your family. Work at McDonald's if you have to, like whatever you got to do, right? Doesn't mean you have to be job hunting 24/7, but the market is rough. And you just got to be strategic about how you're applying for those jobs and how you're making your connections in the industry to network your way into a job. But yeah, of course, Starflower, yeah, there's a lot of folks in your situation who are truly skilled and passionate programmers who are just struggling to find jobs right now. And that's not a reflection on you personally. That has nothing to do with you. That just has to do with the state of things currently, and it's not going to be like this forever. It absolutely isn't. There's all this hype and nonsense about AI right now, and eventually businesses are going to realize that they outsource too much to AI. That always happens. It's a roller coaster. They're going to be like, oh, originally it was outsourcing things out of the country, right? Oh, we're going to let people in another country do this work. Well, then they realize it's not as good as the work they were getting before. They're losing money, all this stuff. It's going to be the same with AI. Like, oh crap, we relied too much on AI. We're getting bad results. We got to shift things back to humans. And then the market's going to pick up again, right? It's a cycle. Yep. Brown says, something like, should we create a list of the people that you follow? How do you do that? So we can avoid the hate things on Twitter. I do have an account, but I have no idea how to use it or improve my usage of it. You can create custom lists on Twitter. I actually haven't done that. But if you Google how to create custom lists on Twitter, that is something that you can do. I actually don't really use Twitter other than posting about my streams. So I don't ingest data. I don't ingest things from Twitter. I don't scroll through Twitter. So I don't really know how to do that. But I'm sure if you Google it, it'll tell you. Yeah, you can't control the future. You can only control you. Absolutely. I love that strain. Yep, and we'll see an uptick in jobs as the interest rates come back to normal, as investors start spending money again. Yep, so you might as well be ready when it happens. Exactly. Don't give up on it. Do what you got to do in the moment to keep yourself afloat, but don't give up on the goal of working in tech, because the job market is cyclical. It's a roller coaster, and the tech space is not getting smaller. We are only becoming more and more technological as time goes on. Every small business is now a tech company. Every small business has to have a website in order to survive, right? If your small business doesn't have a website, it can't be found. People aren't going to see it. People aren't going to give it business. So every mom and pop shop in your city now has to have a website in order to survive. Could be crappy, but it's there. And that's a potential client for you. That's potential money coming in. And so that's what I mean by the tech sector is always growing, and every business is a tech company now. So once all this AI hype dies down a little bit more, interest rates do whatever they're going to do, markets stabilize, it's never going to get any smaller, folks. Madeline says, come over to Blue Sky. It's really happy over there. I do have a Blue Sky account. Yeah. So feel free to follow me on Blue Sky if you want to. I really don't post there because I wasn't getting any engagement, on any of my tweets, I guess. I don't know, posts on Blue Sky. But I do have a Blue Sky account. Oh, Hydrate Mist. I'm sorry. Yeah, and somebody asked earlier, what is 100 Devs? 100 Devs is a free program where you can learn web development from start to finish. If you've never coded in JavaScript before, it doesn't matter. It's like this course, right? It's aimed at people who have never touched the language before. You learn web development from start to finish, and more importantly, it's a community, again, a free community. There's no charges ever. It does not cost you anything other than your time. And it will then we have live support for getting a job. So if that's something you're looking for, even if you already know web development from start to finish, you can still join just for the getting a job part. We have live sessions twice a week, where we literally, people come up on the virtual stage on Discord and talk about their job hunt. We give tips, we give advice, we give live coaching on things like negotiating for a salary or passing an interview, or is this a scam? Stuff like that. So twice a week live sessions, materials that are accessible anytime, no paywalls, and a Discord with like 50,000 members, all of whom are working toward the same goal of getting a job in tech, mostly as web developers. So if that's something, if you would like some support on that journey, you can join the Discord, do !100 devs, in chat if you would like to join on that. Again, it's all free. There's no obligation to do anything. It is literally just a community of people working together to get jobs in tech as web developers. So, or just in general, right? Like if any job in tech, it doesn't really matter what it is. It doesn't have to be a web dev job. It's all tips on being successful in doing that. And it's just a Discord, right? It's nothing special. You don't have to, do anything outside of stuff you're probably already doing, which is messing around on Discord. Yeah. So I'll link to that real quick. I went through the program, even though, like I said, even though I'm not a web developer, I went through the program in 2022 when it was live, and I have stayed with it teaching, and I'm a moderator on the Discord. I've stayed with the program for 2 years after I finished it, just because it's so valuable and it's helped so many people that it's valuable enough for me to devote a large amount of my time to it unpaid. Like I do that, I volunteer for that 2 years after finishing the program, because it's such a good program to be a part of. All right. Strain says, it was a big hype thing to become a lawyer in the 80s. The market got saturated. Yep. Now it's basically like printing money again. If you get in now when nobody's getting in, you're going to be invaluable 5 or 10 years from now as an experienced software engineer. Yeah. Yep. I agree. Everything is cyclical. Nothing is ever the end of a particular career, right? It always comes back around. Yeah, it's like 100 devs and this course are similar to a buy nothing in a library. It's a group that exists solely for good, right? It just exists to provide knowledge at no cost to people other than their time. And I think that's a very rare thing in today's world. And it's something that we should celebrate. Very few things today, especially, are free, truly free. And so we should celebrate the things that are. That includes libraries. That includes this course. That includes 100 devs. And also, thank you for the follows, folks. Middle name Anxiety. I like that. Sometimes I think my middle name is Anxiety. Middle name Anxiety, thank you. Avabada, thank you for the follow. Crunkmaster Cash, again, another fantastic username. Thank you for the follow. And Starflower, RST091, Bantuala, thank you for the follows. Everybody, great to have you all here. Whew, got a little fired up there. Gotta go off on a spicy tangent occasionally. Whew. Gonna wind it back. All right. Glenn says, it feels illegal not to pay for all this, right? I know. Isn't it great to get something truly for free? I love it. Bantuala, oh my goodness, good to have you here. Yeah, so I love programming. And they say they started 25 plus years ago with an algorithm to find the greatest common divisor. And then assembler, C, Pascal, VB, and others. Just find what you like and enjoy. Database, automatics, games, industries, PCUs, doesn't matter. Just have fun and do bugs. I completely agree with that. Sometimes as we're looking and, trying to get a job and angling for the role, you can lose sight of the fun, right? And that's partially why, I don't get paid to do web development, and my day job is doing something completely different. I'm a data engineer. I have nothing to do with JavaScript in my day job. It has not, other than, Twitch revenue, JavaScript has never made me $1. I guess, I did have a couple freelance clients, but outside of that, like regularly, JavaScript does not make me money. But I do it because it's so much fun. It's fun to just sit down and build a cool app or spin something up in React. Part of it is the fun. And that's what keeps you going. If you're enjoying what you're doing and what you're building, you're more likely to keep with it. It shouldn't be a slog. Remember to build things that are silly or don't have any application to the job hunt, right? Build an app that generates random dogs. I mean, that's still one of my favorite projects that I've ever done, is to build a freaking web app that just spits out random junk about random made up dogs. That's still, I think, my favorite project I've ever done. It has no value, like monetarily, zero, but it was a darn lot of fun to build. And so I love that that Bantu said that, especially with their long career in being a developer, is that you can't ever lose sight of the fun, because then you won't want to do it anymore. Yeah. And I truly do love my day job as well. I love working with databases. Data is fun for me. And so that's why I think I'm in this career for the long haul, because I found something that I love. Yep. And I appreciate you sharing your experience, Bantu, as well. Especially working in assembler. Wow, in assembly. I mean, that's amazing. Very cool. You are truly a veteran programmer. That's awesome. I'm still fairly new. I've been in a dev for about 3 years. I was working with SQL prior to that, so I've been working with SQL for about 10 years in more of a data and analytics capacity. But I've had the job title of developer for about 3 years now. So I'm still fairly new, but learning more stuff every day, like Python, which is super fun. Yeah, it has value in your heart. Absolutely, Madeline. The most important currency, the value. Yes, the value to you personally. And Starflower says, programming gets more fun every year. There's no end to what you can learn. That's the best part. It never ends. There's always more stuff you can pick up. New languages, new skills, a deeper knowledge of your current language, whatever you're on currently. There's always more to learn in your language. So yeah, it never ends, and that's the good part. Like I always say, if you're ever the most knowledgeable person in a room, like in the tech space, if you're ever the most knowledgeable person in the room, you're probably in the wrong room. You should find a different one, because you want to learn from the people around you. Yep. Kieran says, can I see the dog app, please? If you head over to my YouTube channel and search Doggo, D-O-G-G-O, Doggo Generator, that'll take you right to the stream with the dog app. Yep. That was a fun one, because I built it like 2 years ago when I was still learning JavaScript. But then I refactored it just a couple months ago to be less janky. Enjoyment equals engagement equals good vibes, 100%. Yeah, thank you, Brown Skills. That's a great mentality to have. Definitely volunteer, give back. Remember, teaching is the best way to learn. When you spell doggo, I heard the song Hot to Go. Yeah, D-O-G-G-O. G-O. You can have a random doggo. I guess so. It makes sense. Okay, let's go. Let's keep going. We got it. I love this discussion. This has been a fantastic discussion, but I also do want to get through some of the material. So let's bring it back. But again, I love this. This was a fantastic conversation that we just had, and it's an important one that we just had. So it's not bad time spent. We're just going to kind of bring it back to the chapter here. Okay, so as a quick recap, we were talking about how you format if, else, elif statements, conditional statements in Python, right? And the most important thing to remember is that white space is important. We have to indent the conditions of each statement. So unlike JavaScript, unlike SQL, right? SQL doesn't care about white space either. So this is a very new concept for me of working with a language that actually does care about white space. SQL doesn't care about white space. JavaScript doesn't care about white space. Python very much cares about white space. So we have to keep that in mind. We did chain conditionals, if, else if, and else. And as we see here, we can have multiple else if conditions, right? So we can have as many as we want. And then we don't even have to have an else condition at the end. Just like with JavaScript, you don't have to have an else, but the else can serve as kind of your bucket, right? At the end, if all else fails, then your else is the final condition that catches everything that falls out of the earlier statements and says, all right, if nothing else was true, then just do this. Oh, Kieran says, you seem like a good singer. About time we had one of those in the power-ups and rewards. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I actually used to do singing competitions, solo and choir. So thank you. But yeah, I very much am very rusty in my singing abilities. But yeah, I used to do all sorts of competitions. It was super fun. Not so much anymore, just because I've moved on to other things. But I still do enjoy singing when I get the chance. All right, so each condition in the statement is checked in order. If the first is false, the next is checked, and so on and so on. And then whatever one is true, then that branch executes. So we kind of talked about that earlier. Now, I mentioned before about nested conditionals. We had a brief conversation about that, where nested conditionals are possible in Python, but they follow the same rules as a single level conditional, right? So if we want to put an if statement inside of another if statement, then we have to indent it even further. So if we kind of highlight this here, we can see we've got like one tab and then two tabs. So here's the outer if statement, if and else. And then inside of our else, we have another if statement with additional conditions. And so, like Holly was mentioning earlier, you could probably tell how this could get pretty complicated pretty quickly, right? If you go too deep, if you nest those things too deep, you're going to make it so it might be functional, but it's essentially unreadable. So it might work, but it might not be readable or parsable by a human who's looking at it. So this is something you can do. Just keep in mind complexity as you get farther in. So then this is called a nested if statement. And it's a good idea to avoid them if you possibly can. Exactly, as Strain said, delve too greedily and too deep, and you find the Balrog, 100%. So we don't want to awaken any eldritch demons, any horrors from the beginning of time, any of that. So avoid nested if statements if you can. Generally, there's better ways you can execute that logic, or more readable ways that you can execute that logic. So here's an example of a way that we could refine a nested if statement to be more readable and more understandable. We can use logical operators. So we talked about logical operators before, right? Or and are logical operators. So in this nested if statement here, we're essentially saying if 0 is less than x, or if x is greater than 0, if you want to say, then go into this second if statement. So then we're saying, all right, if x is greater than 0 And then if x is less than 10, so essentially what we're saying here is if x is between 0 and 10, then x is a positive single-digit number. So we can absolutely refine that statement, right? Just like I said it verbally out loud, we're essentially just saying if x is between 0 and 10. So we can use operators to combine that into a single if statement instead. If x is greater than 0 and x is less than 10. Using a single logical operator, we can get rid of this confusing nested if, and we can condense it down to a single if statement instead, just by adding additional conditions. All right? So try to avoid nested ifs if you can. If you need multiple conditions, try using logical operators to combine those conditions, or, and consolidate them down into a single level if statement instead. Now, a common thing that we do in JavaScript is we have to rely on things like outside services. For example, maybe it's a user, right? We're waiting for the user to input something. Or maybe we're trying to contact an outside API. Or maybe we're waiting on a database. All of those things are outside of our control. And any of those things going wrong could potentially cause our entire app to crash. And so if we want to handle uncontrolled failures gracefully, like we know it has the possibility to fail, there's nothing we can do about it, how do we handle it? If there's a possibility we could get an error, we don't want the app to crash, we just want to do something with that error. And in JavaScript, we would use what's called a try-catch block, right? Essentially, try to do this thing, and if it doesn't work, here's exactly what you need to do from there. Whether it's show an error to the user, hey user, you tried to enter something you're not allowed to do. Try this instead, right? The app doesn't crash, it handles the failure gracefully, shows an error, and then moves on. Or it could, try the request again, right? Hey, if this fails, wait 10 minutes and try again, something like that. You can do the same thing in Python, especially when you're taking in user data. Because again, a user is an outside service that you have no control over, right? We have no control over whether or not the user has read the instructions for our program. And let's face it, they probably haven't. Most users aren't going to read stuff before they try stuff. It's just how people operate. And so if they are going to put in random garbage, we want to make sure that we're handling that random garbage and we're telling them exactly what to do. So in Python, we can use try and except. It's essentially a try-catch block, except with slightly different syntax. All right. So we saw a code segment earlier where we were waiting on user inputs, and it could cause big problems if they enter a string and we're expecting a number, or we aren't properly converting things. There's a lot of ways that that statement could fail. And so in order to protect against that, we can use try and except. BTD, welcome to the stream. They say, what do you use to learn Python? I'm looking into it. Well, if you hit !project in chat, that will give you a link to the free course we are using. This course is entirely free. It's comprehensive, and it's aimed at people who have never used Python before. Yeah, so click that link there that my bot just gave you, and you can follow along with us if you would like. Or you can follow along at your own pace. The course is entirely self-paced, so you can go at whatever speed works best for you. All right, so if you place this code, so the code above, essentially it's asking for a prompt, and then it's asking for an input, which is supposed to be an integer. So we're assigning this input into a variable called speed, and then we're converting that variable to an integer. But what if it's not convertible to an integer? What if they type the word 9 or 10, T-E-N, into that input box? It's going to be, uh-oh, I can't convert this. If you place this code into a Python script, your script immediately stops in its tracks with a traceback. It does not execute the following statement. So here's an example of another code. And we can test this out really quickly. I think I already have it here. Oh, I have a try catch block in place already, so I'll just take this out. Get rid of my indents. All right, so here's my input, and let's see, we'll get rid of this. Let's see, print, so, okay. That should work. So let's run this script. I'll get out of the interpreter here. We're gonna run it from the terminal, and I'm gonna say Python foreign.py to start the script. And it's asking me for a temperature. So if I put in something like 32, the answer I get is 0, and that's correct. It's an integer, it's what the program is expecting, everything is fine. But if I didn't read the directions, and I say, oh, temperature is 32, I type it out in words, what happens? Uh-oh, we get an error. Can't convert it to a float. Womp womp. Right? So, how can we gracefully handle those failures? Well, we simply add a try catch block. So, I'm going to say, or try except, and notice I'm doing indents here to show that I'm inside the block. So, try this, and if it doesn't work, then my exception is going to be, if that fails, print, please enter a number. Okay? So, try this. If it fails, do this. Saved it. Now, whoops. I don't want to do a port forwarding. All right. Now, let's try again. So, if I enter 32 in words, now, instead of giving me nasty messages, it says, hey, you might have done this wrong. Please enter a number. So it failed gracefully. All right. So when you're relying on any kind of unstable, potentially unstable or unreliable outside service, just like you would in JavaScript, be sure to wrap it in a try catch block or a try except block. Okay? Braegard says, I wrote an exception handling routine for a web-based real estate course in ASP. The basic exception handling block was massive. Yeah, right? The more you're relying on outside inputs, like user inputs, anything outside of your control, the more exceptions you have to be ready for. Absolutely. I don't doubt it. I work with data all day, and a lot of the data that we ingest into our data warehouse is user entered. I'm talking things like quizzes from students or evaluations from teachers, grades, manually entered by TAs. And you would not believe the garbage that we get. So many things to correct for. So I don't doubt that, anytime users they are not going to read. Everybody's going to do something differently, regardless of how they're supposed to do it. And you get some incredible garbage. Incredible. I've had people in things like an employment application or whatever, where the field is asking for one sentence, like, what was your latest place of education? Like 20 characters maybe. And they pasted in their entire resume, like HTML tags and everything, right? So you never know what you're going to get. And exception handling is extremely important in those cases. For example, if the systems we were getting that data from, if those systems had proper exception handling or proper, user validation, user controls, then we wouldn't get so much garbage. But instead, we have to handle it on the back end because the input system doesn't have those types of exception handling, controls, that type of thing. So we have to handle it further down the line. It just passes the garbage down the line. Yep. Snailed, thank you so much for the follow. BBD Dottie, thank you for the follow. NRVN, thank you for the follow. Leo, thank you for the follow. Great to have you all here. Exactly. Never assume the data is correct unless you're in a hurry. 100%. Because more likely than not, the data is very wrong. Somebody wrote them in Excel or bashed them together using Node.js. I mean, hey, who knows, man? We get inputs from so many different cobbled together systems. It's wild. Hey, Matthias, good to see you. It's City, thank you for the follow. Temporalis, thank you for the follow. Good to have you all here. All right, so next topic is short circuiting. You might also be familiar with that phrase from JavaScript as well. Similar to JavaScript, when Python is processing an expression, it's going to do it from left to right. So here this expression is saying if x is greater than or equal to 2 and x divided by y is greater than 2, it's going to evaluate left to right. If x is less than 2, the expression, this first expression here on the left, is going to be false. And because we're using the and keyword here, the whole expression is going to be false regardless of the results of this expression on the right. It's not going to matter. So if Python says, oh, you're using the and operator here and this is false, it's not even going to evaluate the right side of this equation. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. So Python is going to say, oh, this expression doesn't matter, and it's not even going to evaluate it. That's called short circuiting, because essentially you're halting the evaluation in its tracks if it encounters a condition that's like, all right, we're done, nothing more to do here. We don't have to, we can stop this where we're at. And so if you do this properly, you can use it as a technique called the guardian pattern. Of course, Kieran, it's great to have you here. Hope you have a good day at work or night or wherever you're at. I don't know. Have a good time at work. So let's take a look at this code block here. We have the same expression that we looked at before. If x is 6 and y is 2, it's going to read this first expression and say, yep, x is greater than or equal to 2. And it's going to move on to the second one because this was true. So it's going to say, all right, we can move on. X divided by y is greater than 2. That's 3. So the whole expression is going to evaluate to true. But let's look at the second one here. What's happening here? X is equal to 1 and y is equal to 0. And we run it through the same expression. So is x greater than or equal to 2? No, it's false. So it immediately stops evaluating and returns false. Why does that matter for this specific block of code? Why is that extremely important here? Why is that short circuit operation extremely important with this code block? Let's say that it didn't stop with this first expression. Let's say that it didn't stop with the first expression. Let's say it said, okay, yeah, this is false, but I'm just going to see what's going on with the second part. What's 1 divided by 0? What's 1 divided by 0? You want to open a calculator right now. If you don't know the answer to this, open a calculator right now and try it. Yeah, it's an error, right? It can't be done. It can't be done. So that short circuit operation where it stops, if this is true, or sorry, if this is false, my apologies. If this is false and we're using the and operator, Python says, okay, I already know that the whole expression is going to be false. I'm going to stop right here and I'm just going to show false. Because if it tried to execute the second half, we would get this error right here. That's what they've done in the second block here. X is equal to 6, y is equal to 0. So this evaluates to true, and Python says, okay, this was true. I'm going to go ahead and try this second expression. And then it says 6 divided by 0. Can't do it. Division by 0 is not possible. So we get an error. And so that's what they mean by the guardian pattern. Right? So we can construct our logical expressions to strategically place a guard evaluation just before the evaluation that might cause an error as follows. And so what we're doing here is the same calculation, x is equal to 1, y is equal to 0, but we put in an extra check. to say, hey, x is greater than or equal to 2 and y is not 0 before we try to do this other evaluation, right? So we're saying, all right, this one's fine, no problems here, and y has to be greater than or equal to 0 before we go on to the third expression. So that'll prevent those types of errors. It's basically like a try except block, except for calculations. Yeah, exactly. Big errors, you know. Holly says, anything divided by 0 is 0 if my math is mathing. Yeah, math can be whatever we want it to be in our own heads, fortunately, but unfortunately, it doesn't work that way in programming. So essentially, we're putting in a point of failure here, but a graceful point of failure. So all we're doing is saying, all right, return false if y is not greater than, if y is equal to 0. So a little note here about debugging. If you get a Python error, the first thing you should do is read the error. I mean, that sounds like common sense, but one of the most fundamental things about troubleshooting that people forget to do most of the time is, what did the error actually say? Did you read it? Did you really read it? Or did you just freak out because you got an error? That happens a lot. You'd be surprised. If you've been working in programming for a while, it's probably second nature to read the error, but so many people don't have that basic skill. They just panic when an error comes up. But Python actually has fairly useful verbose errors. I mean, much better than SQL. So, I mean, everything's relative, right? I'm used to SQL where you get an error and it tells you literally nothing, not even where the error occurred. It's not even gonna tell you the line. It's just gonna be like, nope, you suck, try again. That's what SQL errors look like. SQL's like, nope, you're terrible. Your code is garbage. Go back and do it over, basically. So Python's going to tell you where it happened, what the problem is, and sometimes even how to fix it. Yeah, and exactly. As Strain said, sometimes you even know what you did as soon as you hit execute, right? Ains says, SQL is the bane of my life. Hey, I mean, I don't blame you, Ains. Welcome to the stream, by the way. My day job is I'm actually a SQL developer. I'm a senior SQL developer for a university, but hey, everybody's going to have languages they enjoy and languages they don't. Everybody's going to have their preferences. And I don't deny that SQL has probably some of the worst error handling of any language. It just sucks at it. Absolutely. Yeah, you either get an error or you completely destroy the database, and sometimes you don't know which one is which. So yeah, it's really not going to hold your hand at any point. Yep. So essentially, read the errors. If you get an error, read it. It's going to tell you what it is. Look for the indications of where it thinks the error is. In this case, they give an example of the error says indentation error, but the little cursor is pointing at your y variable. However, the problem is legitimately with the indentation because they put an extra indentation in front of this y without being inside of an if statement. Again, white space matters, right? But the little cursor wasn't pointing at the white space. It was pointing at the y. So slightly misleading there. Yeah, so that's the end of this chapter here. We're going to take a break because we're overdue for one. We're going to take a break now. I know this is a little weird. We're off hours, but we're going to take a break. And then when we come back, we're going to do the exercises because you can read something over and over and over again. You can read it until your, eyeballs fall out, but that doesn't mean that you understand it. So the best way that you can test your knowledge is by applying it, whether that's teaching it to somebody else or simply just doing the homework, doing the exercises. Because you might say, oh, this is easy. I can skim this. It's fine. I get it. It makes sense. But does it really? You don't know until you've tried it. So that's what we're going to do when we come back from the break. We're going to do these exercises. And actually, let me see. I think the auto grader for this. Yeah, so we have the auto grader for exercise 3.1 and 3.3. So we're going to do those two in the auto grader. And yeah, so we're going to do exercise 1 in the auto grader, and then we're going to modify it to do exercise 2. So this is just a continuation of exercise 1, and then exercise 3 in the auto grader as well. Of course, Pedro, it was great to have you here. Thanks for being here. Bantu says, I hope Python error message is not as in C. In C, you have error on line 100 because you wrote include something like this. Yeah, so some languages are so much better at error handling than others, right? I still think SQL is the worst, but I know a lot of other languages are pretty bad. Yep. Python has been refreshing in how verbose its errors are just by default. So that's been nice so far because I've made a lot of errors. Let me tell you. What you're seeing here on stream is me after already going through these lessons once. What you didn't see is me making silly mistakes over and over again and having to use the error messages to figure out what I did wrong. So you don't see that part, but it's happened. All right, break time. We're going to take 5 minutes, and when we come back, we're going to do these exercises and test our knowledge. All right, see you back in 5. Oh, and also, too, before we go, thank you for the follows. Serpentine Studios, Narcius, Bullizen, and Ains. Thank you so much, folks. Good to have you here. Alrighty, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. As always, make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure you're getting up and stretching if you're able to do that. Don't just sit the whole time. That's bad for you. Also, pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant others with their permission, of course, and then come on back when you're ready. Alrighty, and we're back. Welcome back, everybody. So as promised prior to the break, we are going to be doing the exercises. Hey, KP, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so let's do these exercises. Let's make sure we actually understand what we just went through. So we're going to do this in the auto grader, which is a part of the course. It's going to self-check you on your understanding of these concepts. So the wording is in the exercise. Let's go ahead and do exercise 3.1. Alrighty, so what they're saying here is, again, we are prompting the user, so similar to what we did before, we're prompting the user for hours and rate per hour using input to compute the gross pay. Now, the difference here is that if they worked more than 40 hours, we want to pay them overtime because that's the right thing to do. Yeah, exercises. I love your excitement there, Bantu. And remember, Bantu is has been in the game as long as anybody that I know, 25 plus years. So if they're excited about exercises, you better be excited about exercises as well. They're a good thing to do. They help test our knowledge. So if somebody works more than 40 hours, we want to pay them overtime, right? So use 45 hours and a rate of $10.50 per hour to test the program. And they give us the answer that we're going for as well. Dave says, rip salaried employees. Man, I have had that experience, my friend. If there's time at the end, I'll tell a little story about that. But yeah, I have definitely had the experience of being given a look of absolute pity myself as a salaried worker, being given a look of absolute pity after a 12-hour shift by somebody who was being paid a lot of overtime to be there. And I was not. So yeah, that connected some dots for me personally. Anyway, so the answer we're supposed to be getting is $498.75. You should use input to read the string and float to convert the string to a number. Don't worry about error checking. Assume the user types numbers properly. All right, so we have our input here already. Enter hours. And then we're converting hours, whatever they enter, into a float because we need that in order to do our calculations, right? So essentially, it's pretty clear that we're going to need some kind of a conditional here, right? We're saying, all right, hourly rate for the hours up to 40. And actually, I can make this a little bigger too. And zoom in a little there. So hourly rate for all hours up to 40 and 1.5 times the hourly rate for all hours worked above 40 hours. So the important thing to note here in the wording of the problem is that all hours up to 40 should be paid the regular rate. And then any hours over 40 get paid the additional rate. And then you add those two things together. Strain, absolutely. Yeah, totally worth it. Totally. Extra gift cards at Christmas. That was our rewards. Gosh. Anyway, never let a job tell you that you're family, because that means they're just going to try to take advantage of you. That's my one piece of advice that I'll give. Never let a job say that to you, because you're not family. You're an employee and you deserve to be paid for your time. Anywho. All right, so we're going to want to say, essentially, if there's a couple different ways we could go about this, right? But just kind of spitballing here, we're probably going to say something like, if H is greater than 40, then you can see how it automatically indents here, right? don't forget our syntax. We've automatically indented. If hours are greater than 40, then we want to figure out how many hours of overtime we should pay. Right? How many hours of overtime should we pay? So we're going to want to figure out, all right, how many hours above 40 are we? So the next thing we're going to want to do is we're probably going to want to say, you could say something like overtime equals H minus 40. And then the actual overtime amount is going to be that times 1.5, right? So over the amount of overtime we're going to pay out is going to be that H minus 40 times 1.5. So if it's 45, it's going to be 5 times 1.5, whatever that is. I can't math good in my head, but that's going to be something like that. Otherwise, if hours are not greater than 40, then there's going to be no overtime. So we can say something like else overtime equals 0, because there is no overtime. And then finally, after we've done that calculation, we should just be able to do, then, we have to wind it back to the original calculation. And we could say, let's see, how do we do this? So we could then say, 40 times, it'll be, well, okay, wait, hang on. So times 40 times 1.5. Oh, actually, no, that's wrong. 1.5 times the rate. So times the rate. So we need to add an additional input here. Rate equals input, enter rate. Fizzle, welcome to the stream. They say else is useless. Coming in strong there, Fizzle. Opinions right off the bat. I love it. All right. Input enters, rate, enter rate. Float hours if H is greater than 4. Okay. And then times the rate. So whatever rate they input. So this calculates the overtime value. Otherwise, overtime is going to be 0. And then actually we could just do this. And then say, well, because we have to think about hours greater than or less than 40. Yeah, we can start with overtime equals 0. Sure. Do that. Just declare overtime as 0 first. Sure. Okay. That way we already have it. That's fine. And then we can say if hours are greater than or equal to 40, then we can do inside of our if statement here, we can say hours minus 40. We can put those in a separate variable too, but we're just spitballing right now. Doesn't have to be perfect the first time. H minus 40, or sorry. Well, no, it's just going to be 40 because 40 times rate and then plus overtime. So that'll be if hours are greater than 40. Otherwise, and I'm still going to use an else here just because that's how my mind works. You can do it other ways if you want to. Otherwise, we're just going to take whatever the hours are times the rate. Yeah. And that's going to be, then we're going to take whatever our output is. So it's going to be pay. Otherwise, pay equals that. 40 times rate plus overtime. Else pay is always rate. And then we, in the end, whatever we get, whatever the value of pay is at the end, we print that out. Okay. Let's see if that works. And that's not saying that I got it right on the first time, on the first try. That's just, what's come out of my brain so far. So let's see what happens. So they give us values here to put in. Go ahead and check it. Hours, use 45 hours and a rate of 10.50 per hour. Oh, and I forgot to convert. Whoopsie. I'm just going to do it here. So showing you a different way that you can also do this conversion. We can also do the conversion directly off the input. Matthias says, I didn't watch the last lessons, but this looks so much like JavaScript. It does, doesn't it? That's the secret. Once you know one language, you'll be able to work pretty successfully in other languages as well. However, Matthias, I don't know when you got here, but the important thing to note here is that Python cares about white space. So these indentations I'm doing, they matter. If I didn't do them, I could potentially get errors. So important to just something important to note that's very different. Yeah, recognize the white spaces. All right. I've done the conversion. We've done the conversion for both variables. Overtime's already an integer. Yeah, and don't mix tabs and spaces. Exactly. I use tabs, but if you use spaces, that's fine. Just pick one and keep going with it. Don't mix your metaphors, as they say. 50. Okay. Yay, we got the right answer. Boop-a. Did it. All right, SLI, thank you so much for the follow. Serpentine, thank you for the follow as well. Hooray! We got the right answer. And another way we could have done this is we could have just focused on the value for rate, had an overtime rate and a regular rate, and then chosen which one to apply based on, what the values were. We could have separated out the base of 40 hours and the overtime value into, separate variables and calculated them that way. There's tons of different ways that you could do this, but hey, we got the right answer and we applied the concepts that we learned, right? We applied the if, we applied the else. So do this on your own. Go and do it if you haven't done it already, and figure out your own way to do it that makes sense to you. And then run it through the grader and make sure that you get the right answer. Okay? Cool. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're literally going to take this code that we just wrote and we're going to modify it. So for exercise 2, we're going to rewrite it using try and except. So we're going to put a try catch block around it. And we're going to handle non-numeric inputs by printing a message and exiting the program. Okay? So if they try to put into something that's not a number, we want to make sure we fail gracefully. Wasn't Mike, thank you for the follow. Fizzle says, oh, this was a teaching stream. Sorry, I came hot looking at it like some LeetCode challenge. No, you're fine, Fizzle. You're okay. This is a teaching stream. We're learning Python from scratch. And one of the best ways to learn something is to teach it, right? So I am normally I normally teach web development, but Python is an area I have not explored professionally, and so I am truly starting from scratch here with Python. It's been fun so far. But yeah, there are tons of wonderful folks out there who regularly do LeetCodes on their streams, if that's something you're looking for. I do Code Wars occasionally, but not so much LeetCode. But no, you're perfectly fine, Fizz. It's great to have you here. Hey, wasn't Mike? Good to have you here. Hope you're having a good day. Okay, we're going to rewrite our pay program using try and except to handle errors. So let's do that. And we can do it right here. You can do it in VS Code if you want. You could just copy this over to VS Code and do it there. Or we can do it here in the AutoGrader as well. There's no harm in doing it either way. So something to note, remember that indentations are important. So as we put this into a try catch block, we're going to have to indent our existing code to fit in that block. So let's see, how do we want to do this? Essentially, if any of these items fail, then we want to just immediately exit. Breakheart says, what? No Vim? No, I use VS Code. No shame. There's no harm in that. No, not everybody has to be a, Leet Vim user. I have done a teaching stream on how to use Vim though. We have done that. I still just stick with VS Code. My goodness, RWX Rob, thank you so much for the raid. Holy cannoli. Second raid of the stream. Raids all day. Yes, absolutely. Hello, raiders. No, of course. No, go do what you got to do, Rob. Hope everything resolves itself. But yeah, raid and run. Have a great one. Yep. Welcome, raiders. Indeed. Thank you, Madeline. Madeline says, mine, you're going to have a 5-hour stream tonight. Yeah, we're definitely not going to get through 2 chapters today. That's not going to happen. But we are going to get through these exercises, and that's good. Hey, you never know, right? You never know. Yep, and you can always do your code in VS Code and then upload it to GitHub and get a tasty green square on your GitHub. Everybody loves those. They're very attractive. So, hello Raiders, how are we doing, folks? Welcome, welcome. What were y'all working on today, if you're here? I know that raids can sometimes, be weird and not actually work. So I don't know if any of the raiders are here, but if they are, I hope y'all had a good stream. And yeah, let me know what you were working on. Today we are working on Python. I am a senior SQL developer by day. It's what I get paid for. Generally on Sundays, you'll find me teaching web development, full stack web development, which I've been doing for a couple years now. But we are in uncharted territory here with my current series, where I am literally learning Python from scratch to make me more successful at my job. It's a good skill to have, and so we are learning it together using Python for Everybody, which is a free course put together by a professor at the University of Michigan, Dr. Chuck Severance. And it's fully free at your own pace learning, and so that's what we're doing. Alrighty. So let's work on this. So we're going to need a try-catch block around this. And I mean, just for a quick and dirty solution, we could probably just do... Let's see, can I multi-tab indent here? Yes, I can. Fantastic. All right, we could probably just do... I keep saying try catch as well. I do apologize. It is try except, but try catch is easier to say. So, print, please enter valid number. Oh, thank you, Dave. Very nice of you. Yes, Dave has just linked to my YouTube archive. So, like I say, this is a bit of a side quest that we're doing right now. This is not my usual content. My usual content is building apps live, full stack web dev apps live, using JavaScript and React primarily, also with SQL and MongoDB as backends. So if that's something that you're interested in, you can check out my YouTube archive, where I've got 2 years worth of streams. All of the stuff in my GitHub is free for you to use if you would like to use it to build an app for a client or to add something to your portfolio. You may do so. I have no restrictions on my GitHub. Anything that's posted there is yours to use. So check out some of my archive if you're interested in web development. Otherwise, you're welcome to stick around for Python as well. Hey, Kyoto, welcome. Good to have you here. Hey, Deja Vu. Hey, Goo, welcome. Hey, Dutchy, welcome. Good to have you all here. Hope you're having a great day. I don't know, it doesn't, so my Twitch client isn't indicating whether you all were part of the raid that just came in. I don't know if you were or not, but if you were, thank you for the raid, and thank you all for being here. Let me know what you were working on. FizzleNet, thank you for the follow as well. All right, so let's see if this works. We'll say, all right, 35 for hours. And then we'll say, I don't know, 3 as a string for this. Okay, so my accept block didn't work. Let me see, did I get the... No, I got the syntax right. I wonder if this, I wonder if the autograder can't handle try catch, because in the course material here, it doesn't have this exercise as part of the autograder. So let's just do it in VS Code. That'll tell us if there's anything wrong with it. So I'm going to copy and paste this. We'll just do that. And we'll do this. Of course, Fizzle, no worries. Yeah. Got to come back for the delicious React. Yeah, I have a truly massive, like 8-part series, learning React from start to finish. So kind of what we're doing here, we do all the exercises, we talk through things together, literally from zero to hero with React. And then the very next thing we do is we build a project with it. So we go through all the resources, we do all the exercises, and then we immediately turn around and start building with it. So check that out on my YouTube. Super fun. Really taught me React Love it. All right. So we'll create a new file here. We'll just say try catch test.py. Do this as a script. Drop that in, and of course it pasted really nastily, but that's all right. Move this over. Gross. Okay. Get rid of all these extra spaces. Oops. Okay. And print. Okay, got their exception block there. Okay, great. No more red squigglies. Save that. And then we'll see if we can run this. See what happens. Python try catch test.py. Okay, enter hours. We'll say 35. Enter rate. We'll say the word test. Yeah, okay. So the auto grader just can't handle exceptions, try catch blocks like that. So you can see here that instead of crashing, it says please enter valid number. So we hit the exception block as expected. Perfect. Now let's do it again. And let's enter test for the first value. Okay, so it's not going to fail until the second one. That's the way we have this structured, which I think is fine. But if you have a bunch of entry, I think you'd probably want to maybe have separate test blocks for each entry, right? Separate failure points for each entry. In this case, I think it's fine just because it's a very, it's only 2 values, right? But if you have a bunch of them, you probably want to stop it sooner, as soon as it encounters the first failure. But I think this is sufficient. Okay, whoops. There we go. Thunder God Ramen, welcome. They say, oh, I'm going to need to find that learning React right now. Yeah, we literally go through the docs from start to finish, like the new React docs, and we do every single exercise and we touch on every single concept. Yeah, if you go to my YouTube and search like React, I've got them numbered. So each of the React streams is numbered. So you should be able to, pick them out and go through them if you want. Breakheart says, my biggest issue in learning new languages is case. I started programming in 1983 and I can't help myself from doing everything in Pascal case. Yeah, SQL is kind of funny about that too, right? Depending on which SQL client you use, sometimes things are going to be in all uppercase. Like SQL is intended for when computers didn't have case, like everything was uppercase all the time. And so you'll find some people that types, technically you're supposed to do SQL in all uppercase. A lot of people don't, but it's interesting, the conventions that existed back then just out of technological limitations, right? So if you're doing SQL by the book, you'd probably do it in all uppercase. It is interesting though. Just like MS Basic, exactly. Those older languages like COBOL and stuff like that, right? Fortran, COBOL. Yeah. Okay, so let's go on to exercise 3. Write a program to prompt for a score between 0 and 1. If the score is out of range, print an error message. If the score is between 0 and 1, print a grade using the following table. So pretty standard grading table. Pretty standard grading table for the United States. I know that other countries might do grading differently, but this is a standard grade table for the United States. And so, if a score is greater than or equal to 9 or 0.9, it's an A, 0.8 B, 0.7 C, blah, blah, blah. You get the idea, all the way down to F. So I'm seeing definitely an if statement here with several multiple else clauses. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm actually just gonna, this can be done in the auto grader. So we're gonna do that. Say done. Okay. Matthias says, it doesn't tell you errors and it's all uppercase. SQL sounds really rude. Yeah. If you, write SQL in the classic style, it is constantly yelling at you. Yep. Fortunately, with modern SQL clients, you don't have to write it. You can write it in whatever case you want. It's not case sensitive. So I mostly do lowercase with my SQL scripts. But okay, so we've got an input here for entering the score. And then the first thing we're going to need to do is convert it, of course, to a float, right? So we'll just go and do that. Score actually, we can just wrap it in a float right here. So we'll say float, enter score. Yeah, praise be to the SQL tools that have a prettify command. I know, right? The ones that'll you just click it, or in the client that I use at work, it'll even correct while you're typing. So, as soon as I write a line, it's gonna, apply whatever styling or formatting I want it to, based on the context of what I just typed. So really nice. Also makes you super lazy if you're not careful. I know, it's the future, right? Oh, goodness. So, definitely if statement, but an if statement with multiple conditions is what we're going to have. So we're going to say if, greater than or equal to 9, greater than or equal to 9, print A, and I'm just going to copy this. Next one. So 0.8, and we're going to make this an else if, right? Elif. Print B, this. And this will be 7 and C. And let's see, 6 and D. And for the last condition, we can just do an else here, because the only other possibility, assuming they've, entered a valid value, is going to be just print F. The unfortunate result is if all else fails, then they have failed, and it's an F. Okay, so let's see if I just completely just type this out with, no checks or anything. So let's see if it works. I don't know, man. Bad input on line 2. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Oh, yeah, of course. If I forgot the word score. There we go. Let's try that. Okay, score, let's do 0.75. Okay. Oh, did I... Greater than or equal to 0.9 for A. Should be a C, right? Oh, no, they told me the value to enter. So 0.85, check code. So it did calculate correctly. 0.85, okay. There, yeah, so that's right. Perfect. Yes, and there is match case. I did notice that. So in Python 3, there is match case. I did look at that earlier today, actually, because I personally, this is just me, I prefer case or switch statements over multiple if conditions. That's just a personal preference of mine, probably because I come from SQL, and SQL makes heavy use of case statements or switch statements just as part of the syntax. That's just what SQL does. So yes, I did see that Python has those statements, and I assume we will get to those later on in the material. But yeah, for now, since they weren't in the chapter, I decided not to use it, but I did see that those are a thing. So definitely going to revisit those hopefully later in the material. Twitch comments are not great for code. They absolutely are not. They suck. Yeah, Twitch is not great for formatting of any kind. Twitch chat is not good at that. RoboDigitalis and RivalDo08, RivalDo02, thank you so much for the follows. Good to have you here. Yes, but hey, we got the right answer, and that's perfect. So good deal. Go us. Okay, let's do the quiz, and then we'll wrap up our actual material, and then we'll take a little bit of time at the end to just talk about whatever we want, which is what we usually do at the end of these streams, and then we'll go raid somebody, hopefully Coder Girlfriend, if they are still streaming. That would be my top pick. They are another person who's in 100 Devs. And so even if they're not streaming, I'll still, put their name in chat for a shout out so that you can go follow them. But hopefully they're still streaming by the time we wrap up. But first off, let's do the quiz. So what do we do to a Python statement that is immediately after an if statement to indicate that the statement is to be executed only when the if statement is true? So essentially what this is saying, the wording is a little clumsy here, but it's basically saying, all right, how do we add something to the body of an if statement? So we've done the condition, and if that condition is true, how do we indicate, okay, this is what you should do if the condition is true? So A, do we underline all of the conditional code? B, do we start the statement with a octothorpe or a # character? C, do we indent the line below the if statement? Or D, do we begin the statement with a curly brace? What do we do? A, B, C, or D? What do we think? Okay, Bantu says the indent. Maiva says C. Matthias says C. Feel free to send in your guesses. There's no such thing as, if you make a guess and it happens to be wrong, that's fine. We're going to talk through why the right answer is the right answer, and why another answer might seem tempting but could potentially be wrong. So what do we think? Oh, Robo says C. Awesome. Thank you for being here, Robo. Okay, so the consensus I'm seeing is C here, and I would agree with that, right? We talked about how white space is important in Python. And one of the things we just saw is, if you don't indent properly, you're going to get an error. The only other one that might trip you up is this statement D here, especially if you're coming from JavaScript or another C-based language like C#. C# does something similar, where you're going to be wrapping those statements in curly brackets instead of indents. Okay, which of these operators is not a comparison or logical operator? Now, note the wording here, specifically looking for a comparison or a logical operator. So A, B, C, D, or E. Which one of those is not a comparison or logical operator? All of them are valid symbols to use in Python, but which one is not a comparison or logical operator? So Matthias says C again. Hey, even if you're guessing, you always guess C, right? And I'm not saying you're guessing, Matthias, but it is kind of funny how that happens. Yeah, Maiva says C. Bantu says C. Anybody else have any thoughts? LOL. I'm going to take a quick hydrate. Okay, so it seems like the commons consensus is once again C. Yeah. Exactly. Yep, I would agree with C as well. And the reason is because this is valid, right? But it's, as Matthias said, it's assignment. It's an assignment operator. It's not a comparison operator. And just like in JavaScript, that's a mistake I think that all of us have made at some point, where we accidentally use a single equal sign instead of a double equals when we're trying to compare something, and we accidentally reassign our variable, right? You're like, oh, equals, and then you're like, wait, why is my variable wrong? Why isn't this working? Yes. So this is an assignment operator and not a comparison operator. Unfortunately, exactly, Maiva. Yep. And Dan says white space significance is all fun and games until you have to copy paste a big chunk of code. Then it gets exciting. Yeah, 100%. Somebody else was saying that earlier. I don't remember exactly who. They were like, yeah, if you have multiple nested if statements in Python and you're trying to copy paste, it's a nightmare. And I would agree with that, certainly. What is true about the following code segment? So it's doing a comparison here. If x is equal to 5, essentially, print is 5, print is still 5, and then print third 5. So what's going to happen? A is the string is 5 will never print out regardless of the value for x. B, depending on the value of x, either all 3 of the print statements will execute or none of the statements will execute. C, only 2 of the 3 print statements will print out if the value of x is less than 0. Or D, the string is 5 will always print out regardless of the value for x. So what do we think will happen here? Okay, Bregard says B. Matthias says B. What do we think? Matthias says print is console log in JS, right? Yeah, essentially, yeah. Maiva says D. Okay. So we've got 2 B's, a D. Anybody else have any answers they want to throw out there? Okay, let's look at our answers for joining late. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. Well, that just shows how intuitive a lot of this stuff is. Python is often the first language for a lot of people. And I can see why, because it is pretty intuitive in terms of, how it works. Now, the indent thing, I'm really not a fan of. But I mean, I've never worked with a language that cares about white space before. I've worked with C#, I've worked with SQL, I've worked with JavaScript, and none of them care about white space. So it's just new for me. So I'll get over it. All right, so let's look at B. Depending on the value of X, that's valid. Either all 3 of the print statements will execute or none of them will. I think that seems reasonable, right? Because notice the indentations here on all 3 statements. And so if X is equal to 5, then all 3 of them should execute. However, if X is any other value, then these indentations mean that they are all inside of this if condition. And if it's not true, it's going to skip all of them. Now let's look at D as well. So it says the string is 5 will always print out regardless of the value for X. I would disagree with that only because, as we can see from the indentations, that is 5 string is inside of this if condition. Okay? So it's inside of the if condition, so it's dependent on this value right here. So I wouldn't say it would always print out. I would say it would print out if the value of X is equal to 5, and these other statements would print out as well. Yeah, exactly, Maiva. Gotta pay attention to the indents, 100%. Yep. So that's, we gotta be careful there. It's a little bit harder to spot versus something like the curly braces we would use in JavaScript or another, C# or whatever. So it's just a different way of looking at it, right? So we just got to be very careful in the way. Yep, exactly. If you're not used to observing white space, you're going to have to retrain. Yeah, exactly. You missed the curly braces. Yep. We're going to have to retrain our brains a little bit. That's why we do these exercises, because it's testing, okay, do I really understand what I just read? And am I able to deduce what's going on in this code without being told what's going on? Yeah, exactly. So I think that B is the best answer here. And also too, just noting, I had previously, so the quiz we did at the start of the stream, I had done that quiz previously. There was a score at the top. You saw it. I have not done this quiz before. You can see there's no score up here. So we're just going in blind here. I don't know what any of these questions are beforehand. We're just testing our knowledge live on the fly. So if I am leaning towards an answer that's incorrect, in this particular quiz, that doesn't mean I'm trying to test you or anything. I might just be wrong. So feel free to challenge me if I'm about to get an answer wrong here. Matthias says there must be a VS Code plugin that makes whitespace more visible. Yeah, I would recommend installing the Microsoft plugin for Python. And it will prompt you about that in VS Code. It'll say, hey, do you want to install the recommended plugin for Python? And if you say yes, it'll install the Microsoft plugin, and it'll put red squigglies under things that are potentially incorrect. So for example, like I think if I just do, so if I, like, for example, get rid of the indents on this statement right here, it flags it. It says, hey, this is probably not going to work. You don't want to do this. And then if I, put it back, then it's, then it's going to work. So it'll do that for you. Yeah. All right. When you have multiple lines in an if block, how do you indicate the end of the if block? You de-indent the next line past the if block to the same level of indent as the original if statement. So essentially, you don't indent the next line. B, you omit the semicolon on the last line of the if block. C, you capitalize the first letter of the line following the end of the if block. Or D, you use a curly brace after the last line of the if block. So keep in mind that what they're referring to here is if you were doing it in a script. So not necessarily in the interpreter. In the interpreter, you would end your if statement slightly differently, as we saw earlier in the stream. Dan says, E, we start a new file. Valid. Not one of the choices, though, unfortunately. So out of these available choices, which one do we think is the correct answer here? What do we think? I'm seeing Matthias says A. Orgbo says A. What do we think? Anybody else have any possibilities? Probably not the curly brace thing, right? We can probably eliminate D. Maiva says A. Okay, I'm seeing a general consensus on A as the answer. And yeah, I would agree with that. And we can see an example in this script that I wrote here, right? So, if we want to end our if statement like we did right here, if we want to end that if statement, we de-indent the line to the same level as the starting if, right? So we go into the statement here, we have the conditions, we go into our else, we have the condition, and then we want to say, all right, I'm done, exit the if statement. Then it's at the same level as our original if, we exit the statement. So I agree with that. Right, Ian, welcome to the stream. Hello. Good to have you here. They say de-indent equals dedent. That's a good question. I don't know if is dedent a word? Yeah, I like that word. I do. I hope it's a word. Somebody Google it and tell me if it's a word. Ask ChatGPT or whatever. No, ChatGPT will just tell you it's a word and, to make you happy. Google it. Somebody tell me. Somebody look it up. Matthias says, just enjoying Mindful streams, now accidentally learning Python. That's how I get you, right? Sneaky learning when you make it fun and, you don't even notice you're learning until it's too late. Gosh dang it. How did that happen? But no, seriously, somebody look up dedent. I need to know if that's a word or not. I'm deploying chat to do my busy work for me. Okay. Question 5. It is a word. Maiva, thank you. Hooray. I love that. I'm so happy. Rightian, thank you. Yes. De-indent. Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up because that's another good word. I love learning a vocab word. Hooray. Dedent. I mean, it makes logical sense that it would be a word, but English makes no sense in general. So things that should be words aren't, and things that shouldn't be words are. So, I mean, English has no baseline for making sense anyway. So that's why we needed to double check because English is terrible. Anyway, all right, let's look at the following text. So a similar if statement to what we saw before. It says, it looks perfect, but Python is giving you an indentation error on the second print statement. What is the most likely reason? So we're doing a little bit of debugging on the fly here. So indentation error. So A, in order to make humans feel inadequate, Python randomly emits indentation errors on perfectly good code. After about an hour, the error will just go away without any changes to the program whatsoever. So essentially the A means that Python is just messing with you. B, you have mixed tabs and spaces in the file. C, Python thinks still is a misspelled word in the string. Or D, Python has reached its limit on the largest Python program that can be run. What do we think? A, B, C, or D? I'm leaning towards A personally, fully believing that programs are sentient and can have personal vendettas against us, but Elfear, welcome to the stream. Hi. Good to have you here. Dan says, long answer can't be correct. They were obviously having too much fun. Yeah. Yeah, it can only be A. Bantu says B, but is not about the editor. Matthias says, you think A because you're coming from the Rude sequel? Yeah, kinda. No, but seriously, I do think it's most likely B, and we can test that. Let's we can try it really quickly. So I'm gonna take this program here. I'm gonna put things back the way they were, and let's see if I honestly don't know if this is gonna cause an error or not, but we'll see. I'm gonna do an easy one here. We'll just do the last one of spaces instead of tabs. Oops. All right, so space, 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 space. I don't know if it'll care or not, honestly. It might not, but just curious. So we'll do 35 and 10. Okay, so it hit our exception, but I don't know if that's legitimately because of because of Actually, I'm gonna take the try catch block out. Where that's probably if it is failing on something, it's just hitting the try catch block. So we'll do this, take this out, and we'll do Shift Tab, and then I'm gonna take this and go spaces instead, like so. Okay. 35, 10. Oh. Can't multiply sequence by non-int of type float. Interesting. Okay, different error than I was expecting. Let's try one more time. Want something different here. So we'll do, let's see, 35 and 10.5. Okay, still doesn't like it. Editor converts tabs to spaces to be nice to you. Yeah, looks like your editor converts tabs to spaces anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. But for now, I'm just let's do this. I'm 35.5 and 10.5. I think this error is completely unrelated. Yeah, hours times rate, it seems, doesn't like that. Oh, ha! Rookie mistake right here. Boop. Yeah. So I'm going to do it one more time. I used the wrong variable. That's why it is. Do that. Yeah, there it is. So it works just fine. But yeah, yeah, the editor is doing a little self-correcting for me here. But I do believe that this is the correct answer. So we're going to go with that. In this case, it's a little hand-holding from VS Code there. All right, so question 6. Oh, and also too, I know I went kind of quickly there in my bug fixing, but what I accidentally did when I wrote this originally is I used the wrong variable. So I used the original input of hours, which was a string, right? I used the original input of hours. Oh, Dan redeemed a word ban. Okay, sure. We'll try it. No guarantees. So I used the original variable of hours instead of the converted variable that had been changed to a float, right? Remember, because we're working with type specific here. So I was trying to multiply a string by a float, and that wasn't going to fly. So that's why we got an error. Yep. But when I changed it to the converted value, then it worked just fine. Yeah. Define, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. All right, question 6. What is the Python reserved word that we use in two-way if tests to indicate the block of code that is to be executed if the logical test is false? This one should be pretty easy for anybody who's used an if statement before. So A is iterate, B is a closing curly brace followed by an open curly brace, C is otherwise, or D is else. So a Python reserved keyword that we use if the logical test is false in an if statement. Iterate, curly braces, otherwise, or else. What do we think? Oh, sorry, Matthias. Yes, good catch. Womp womp. Already failed. Maybe that wasn't going to work very well. But I'll try to avoid it. Let's see. I think I normally do it for like 5 minutes or something. So I'll try to avoid saying it for another like 3 minutes or so. Yeah, so I'm seeing D's here, and I think that makes sense. It's a reserved word. We use it in an if statement. Cool. Okay, what will the following code print out? If x is equal to 0, so we set x equal to 0. If x is less than 2, all right, print small. Otherwise, if x is less than 10, print medium. Otherwise, print large. Afterwards, print all done. What do we think so is it going to print small, medium, large, all done? Small, all done? Medium, all done? Or small? Just small. Remember to look at the indents. Look at the indents. And note where the if statement starts and ends. Okay, I'm seeing B is, yeah, it looks like the consensus is generally B. And I would agree with that statement because of the indentations. So we can kind of walk it through here. So x is equal to 0. If x is less than 2, which is immediately true, we're going to print small, and then we're going to exit the if statement. So we skip these other two. And upon exiting the if statement, we have one more line where we print all done. So small, all done. That's going to be our answer, I think. Now, Elfbeer, I'm curious, why did you say it depends on the version of Python installed? Now, I'm just learning Python, so this is a genuine question on my part. I'm not, coming at it from any angle. I'm genuinely curious. What would it matter with the version of Python that we have installed? Free Dreamers, thank you so much for the follow. Really got to get used to the white space. I know, it's weird, isn't it, Matthias? Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. That was very sneaky, Elf. Very sneaky. You got me. Yeah, Bragard, the fact that it doesn't have an implicit if and end if is a bit of a pita. I know. I'm really missing those curly braces. I'm still coming to terms with all of this. Yeah, really missing the curly braces. Just to make it clear when the statement starts and ends. It's kind of weirding me out. That's all right. Well, like with anything, we'll get used to it. All right, let's look at another statement. This one says if x is less than 2, print below 2. Else if x is greater than or equal to 2, print 2 or more. Otherwise, print something else. All right, so what value of x will cause something else to print out? Oh, Radian says there's a dialect called Python that has curly braces. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Radian. I have to look into that. That might be more of a comfort blanket for me later on. Now I'm going to learn it as is. I'm going to learn it as written because that's important. You got to do the hard stuff first, right? But once I'm really more comfortable with this stuff, I might look into that dialect because that sounds right up my alley. Okay, so essentially what we're trying to do here is we're trying to get to the else condition. So based on this statement, can we get to the else condition here? So A is saying this code will never print something else regardless of the value for x. Otherwise, B says x is equal to -2 will cause us to hit that else statement. X equals 2 will cause us to hit the else statement. Or x equals 2.0 will cause us to hit the else statement. So is it possible to get to the else statement given the code here? If it's not possible, then we should probably say A. What do we think? Matthias says it's not possible. Bantu says it's not possible. What do we think? Would any of these values below cause us to hit the else in this statement? Yeah, Matthias says maybe if the input is invalid. I'm thinking, we probably would get an error in that case prior to hitting prior to the actual execution. But yeah, that's not a option exactly. Yeah, so out of the given examples, I think that, yeah, I would agree. I think the correct answer here is A, and that we cannot get to this else condition in any case, because less than 2 and then greater than or equal to 2 basically cover all possibilities, all on the number line, essentially, right? There's no other way around it. Yep. All right. Couple more questions. Question 9. In the following code, numbers are added for readability here. What will be the last line to execute successfully? Okay, so we got to do a little troubleshooting here. So first line, we're declaring a variable called ASTR, and we are assigning it the value of hello Bob. Next one, new variable, ISTR, and we're taking this, I guess it's a string, hello Bob, converting it to an integer, int, taking the value of ASTR and converting it to an integer and assigning it to ISTR. And then we print first, comma, ISTR, print that value, and then reassign the value of ASTR to 123, convert that to an integer, and then print that value with second, comma, ISTR. So they're essentially saying, how far will this code get before it errors out? So A, will it get to line 2 and then error out? B, will it get to line 6 and an error out? C, will it get to line 3 and an error out? Or will it not even get past line 1? What do we think? Walking through this code, how far will it get before it errors out? Because it will error out. But how far will it get? What do we think? Challenge yourself, and of course, I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to know if you put this into the interpreter or into a script and try to run it. I'm not going to be able to tell if you do that or not. There's nothing stopping you. But challenge yourself to go through it visually and see where it stops. Okay, Bantu says, thinking it stops on line 2. Okay. Orjbo and Umthim say D, so it'll error out immediately on line 1. So we kind of have a couple of possibilities here. Anybody want to be some tiebreakers? What do we think? Can we get consensus on a particular answer? Because right now it's pretty split. Challenge yourself to read through the code and think about what would happen on each line. Amethyst says A. Ooh, we're tied now. We're truly tied. We need a tiebreaker, folks. I don't want to be the tiebreaker. Somebody in chat's got to be the tiebreaker. Dan says D. Okay. Anybody else? Matthias is trying to convert a string into a number. So I think what you're saying there is the problem would be A. So I think we are still tied. We've got some folks saying A and some folks saying D. So A, yep. Anybody else want to weigh in? We're split down the middle. Kingston says A. Okay, so the consensus is for A, but it's pretty close. Strings are numbers under the hood, though. I like that reading. Yeah, everything's numbers under the hood if you go down far enough. Absolutely. Yeah, but let's walk through this as written. Okay, so the first thing we're doing is we're setting up a variable and we're assigning it as a string. Now, to me, just looking at this visually, I haven't run this. To me, just looking at this visually, this looks like it's fine. I don't see any problem with this. It's a valid string. It's going to execute this just fine. It's just an assignment. We're not doing anything to this. It's just an assignment. Now, line 2, we're taking the value that we just put in this variable here, which is very much a string, and we're attempting to convert it to an integer. To my eyes, that would fail. It cannot be this. There is no way in heck that this could possibly be turned into an integer. And so I believe it would fail on line 2. But let's keep going just for funsies. Let's say it didn't fail. Let's see where it might fail next. So we could do the print here. And actually, why am I just talking about this? Let's do it. All right. ASTR, and I think the right answer is A, line 2, but we're going to keep going through the code just because we can. So I'm going to say ASTR equals 2, which is, could be an integer once it's converted. So ASTR equals 2, ISTR equals int, ASTR. Okay, so because that's able to be converted, right, we're passing the test. I changed that value deliberately so we could keep going through the code. All right, next, print. We're just finding the next point of failure here. First, comma, ISTR. Okay, notice that we're using a comma here instead of a concatenation attempt. So notice that this works. Right? We tried to do this before and it didn't work, but that was because we were using a plus sign to concatenate the values. This is different syntax. This is more like a console log when you would put things between commas in a console log. So same energy. And so it's going to be just fine for us to put an integer with a string because we're concatenating, or we're delimiting them as separate values with a comma rather than trying to shove them together with a plus sign. Okay, so notice the difference. Yeah. All right, now let's see. ASTR equals 1, 2, 3. ISTR, we're going to convert that to an int. I think this will work. ASTR. Yep. And then print. And so, if we didn't have a bad value for that first ASTR value, then the rest of the code should work fine. I don't see any problem with this last line either. But I saw what, I saw what Matthias just posted. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I didn't read it that way. They say, in the following code, what will be the last line to execute successfully? Yes, you're right. And I think, so I think both sets of folks who answered were right in their own way, in that this will be the line that fails, right? This is absolutely the line that fails, but in the wording of the question, it does say what will be the last line to execute successfully. So that would be line 1. Yeah. So I think it is actually going to be D. So I'm changing my answer. Yeah, fails at 2, but we were asked which line was successful, so line 1 answer D. Yeah, that's a bit of a sneaky wording in the question, isn't it? Alrighty. So next one, and like I said, I haven't done this quiz before, so I don't know what the right answers are. Yeah, exactly. I know. It's sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. I don't know what the right answers are, but feeling pretty good so far. No, it's all good, Matthias. Yeah. For the following code, ASTR equals hello Bob. ISTR equals 0. And then we have a try except block. So enter the try block, try to convert ISTR. Try to reassign ISTR with the integer value of ASTR. And then if we hit the exception, then ISTR is set to -1. So what will be the value for ISTR after this code executes? Will it be A, 0, B, -1, C, it will be the not a number value, or the ISTR value will not, variable will not have a value? What do we think? A, B, C, or D? Kingstonist says B, -1. Any other guesses? What do we think? B, okay. B. I'm seeing B's as the answer. And yeah, it kind of, Kata, thank you so much for being here and coming right in the hot right out the gate saying B. Yeah, all right. Orgebo says B. Okay, so it looks like the consensus is B. And let's walk through it. And I think I would agree with that assessment, but let's walk through it just to be sure. ASTR equals hello Bob, which is a string and cannot be converted to an integer, right? ISTR is set to an initial value of 0, but we're going to reassign it right here. So we enter the try block and we say ISTR is now going to be equal to the integer conversion of ASTR. We know that this is not possible, so we're going to fail out of this try block and we're going to hit the exception, which is going to set the value of ISTR to -1. Yeah, and I'm not, yeah, I know, I kind of noticed that too, Bregard. They say B, but why are we setting it to a false bool? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this output. I don't think, I wouldn't call that very good practice. I would prefer something more explicit saying like, cannot convert to integer or something like that, but you know, hey, them's the questions, right? Yeah, not a fan of that notation, but whatevs. Okay, let's submit it. Let's see how we did. Like I say, never done this quiz before. Just going through it live with y'all. So let's see. And if we missed anything, let's do this. If we missed anything, we'll come back to it next week and we'll just quickly redo the quiz next week to see if we can get a better score. Yeah. Oh, what? We got 100%. Good job, everybody. No need to come back to it later because we freaking aced it. Go us. First try. That's right. Amethyst says, oh, dang. Yeah. That reminds me of Amethyst. Did you ever watch The Good Place? Yeah. Oh, dang. Yeah, woot woot indeed, Maiva. Exactly. All right, good job, everybody. Yeah, we have made it through this chapter. We did all the exercises. We did the quiz. Good job. And yeah, we're definitely not going to move on to the next chapter today, but that's fine. I kind of mentioned last week that I thought that the pace of this would probably slow down, once we kind of really got into the more nitty gritty, meaty stuff that we were working through. Once we get past the introductory fluffy stuff that we already know, now we're getting into some more differences between Python and the languages we already do know. So no problem that we only did one chapter today. We will save the functions for next week. Actually, I think this is a shorter section anyway. So we'll save functions for next week, get those done, and keep on trucking. So however long it takes is however long it takes. There's no time limit on any of this stuff. Go at your own pace type of a deal. Let's see. Yeah, Bantu says -1 equals old theory, 0 equals good, not 0 equals not good. Yeah, it's kind of like a falsy, right? It's kind of like a falsy condition. And Bantu, I don't know if it was before you got here or not, but it was, talking about how in Python, and I can say Python now because the time limit has expired, so cool. In Python, yeah, essentially 0 is false, but any other number, not any other not 0 number is like in JavaScript we would call it like a falsy value, right? Not strictly false, not strictly false, but not truly true, but evaluated as true, right? So yeah, kind of a false true. That was a really horrible way to say it, but yeah, falsy, truthy, falsy. Yeah, you're learning Python, Matthias, and you didn't even know you were going to be doing it. Yeah. Kind of, Python to me feels a lot like SQL, and that, it's easy. It feels like it's really easy to pick up. It feels like it's really easy to pick up enough basics to be dangerous, which is really all that I want to do. So I'm happy with it. With SQL, you can pick up enough SQL to be dangerous within, a couple hours. Python seems somewhat similar in that regard, and that makes me happy. So. Alrighty, let's take just a couple minutes here at the end. We're only going to take about 10 minutes, just kind of for our free-for-all open discussion. We usually do this at the end of stream. Normally we take about a half an hour to do it, but we're going to shorten it up a little bit today. So yeah, free-for-all discussion. What do y'all want to talk about? Anything and everything. I'm open to questions, random topics of conversation, whatever you want to spitball on for the next 10 minutes or so. KP coming right out the gate with a good one. All right. They say, I still haven't been able to stick to a consistent class schedule. I try to keep my social life alive as well, because if I don't, I will stay at home all day and get really lonely and depressed. Suggestions on how to make it work. Yeah, so I would say primarily be kind to yourself. So if your current class schedule isn't working, then, maybe go a little slower. Right? Like I just said, there's no time limit on any of this stuff, on 100 devs or anything like that. You need to go at a pace that's sustainable and that's good for your mental health, because going too quickly and burning out is the quickest road to failure, right? If you don't protect yourself mentally, then, you're never going to get through it. So maybe you do need to go a little slower. Maybe you only do one class a week. Right? You do one class a week, you spend time, that gives you time to read the materials, gives you time to do the homework, and still, have a life. Because that's important too, right? Some of us are working full time and trying to do these classes. You might be caring for children or a family member, just being able to make time for your partner, making time for your pets, whatever, man, whatever's important to you. And so, maybe you just need to try to say, all right, I'm going to do one class a week. Because I don't know what your current schedule is either. I don't know what schedule you're trying to go for. So if you want to share that, you can. But I'm imagining you're trying to do 2 classes a week and it's not working for you. But I am curious, what are you trying to do right now? Dan says, what method did you pick to install Python? I just went to the Python website and I downloaded it and I did use the installer. Oh. I didn't do anything fancy. I just used the built-in installer that comes with Python when you download it. Yeah, KP says 2 classes a week. Yes. Yeah, that's a lot, right? I mean, that was the schedule for the live classes, but that doesn't mean that needs to be your schedule, because it sounds like it's not working for you. So that's fine. It's okay. Whatever your schedule is, it just needs to be something you can stick with. Consistency is more important than anything else. Because motivation is not real. Motivation is a lie. The only thing you can do is facilitate the building of habits and really make sure that you're understanding and applying the material, because that will help you gain momentum. So it's not so much motivation, because motivation is internal, right? Motivation is internal and it's self-powered, and that's really difficult to sustain over the long term. It's like your motivation is like riding a bike uphill forever. It's all self-powered, and eventually you're going to run out of energy. Nobody can sustain true motivation for a long period of time. You might have short bursts of motivation, which is great, right? You can harness it when you have it, but it'd be like riding a bike uphill forever. What you can do instead is build habits and momentum. So yeah, maybe you have to ride a bike uphill for a couple minutes, but then you get to coast downhill while you practice and recharge and spend time with your friends and do the homeworks and rehearse what you've already learned. That's the downhill coasting period, when you're allowed to rest your legs. And then yeah, you have to ride uphill for a short period again, but by then you're recharged, you're refreshed, you're ready to go. So find a cadence that works for you, and maybe that's just 1 class a week. Try that, see what happens. Yeah, exactly. Motivation is the match. That's how you get the bike up the hill in the first place. But it's not forever, because you've built in those areas where you can coast downhill, you can recharge, you can rebuild your strength. And, discipline is the oxygen and routine is the fuel. Exactly. And so once you get into that cadence, that habit, your brain will be expecting those times when you maybe have to work a little bit. And then you take time to practice, you take times to recharge, and then you're ready to learn again. And that becomes your cadence. That's why I keep up with this streaming schedule, right? I do take breaks occasionally, and those are great. Those are the times I spend time with my family. So whenever I post on Twitter and I say no stream today, usually that's because of family time, or I'm traveling, or I'm doing something fun, and I don't feel I don't feel bad about that at all. That's healthy. That's good for me. Spending time with family, traveling, doing fun things. And then I'm ready to come back here and I get excited about going on stream again. So find that cadence that works for you, and it's going to be unique to you especially. Yep. Yeah, and as Matthias said, if you do one a week, no one's going to stop you from doing a second one when you feel like it. When you get that little burst of motivation that comes occasionally, you're like, oh man, I really want to, sounds like something cool in the next lesson. I'm really curious about that. I'm just going to peek ahead a little bit. And then, yeah, that's great, but it's not something you have to do every week. Cool. Okay, Anna says, glad I stumbled with your stream. I'm learning front end and loving it. Oh, awesome. And my question is, which do you recommend, doing Code Wars or building projects to hone my skills? So I think both of them are useful, but for different reasons. So Code Wars are great for rehearsing very specific topics. So let's say you've just learned something new, like, gosh, I don't know, like you've just learned how to work with arrays. So I don't know what you're learning, but JavaScript, let's say. Let's say you're learning JavaScript and you just started working with array methods. And, array methods can be a little confusing. You got push and pop and all these different things, sorting arrays and filtering. And it can get pretty gnarly and complicated, hard to remember, right? And so Code Wars are great for practicing those very, very niche specific topics and reinforcing what you've just learned. So let's say you have a hard time remembering the difference between push and pop and array methods. So you could filter your Code Wars down to just problems that focus on those types of exercises. And by the time you've done, 5 or 10 of those, you'll never forget it again. You'll have rehearsed it enough that you'll have it down pat. Now, Code Wars are not great. What Code Wars are not good at is the holistic view of something you would actually be doing in the workforce, right? Nobody is going to go into work and get paid to do Code Wars all day. That's just not how life works. Unfortunately, as much as I wish it was true, not possible. Building projects is what's going to give you more of an analog to what it would be like to be on the job and working on a project with a team or solo. So projects are good for showing, okay, I've learned array methods. Now, how do I actually apply them to build something? Where does this fit in the larger scheme of things? How can I use array methods to build something real that actually accomplishes something? That also gives you that, not only that experience of what it's actually like to work on a real project when you're employed, but it also gives you that big picture feel of like, okay, why did I have to learn array? Why do array methods even matter? Why did I bother learning them in the first place? What are they for? Well, building a project can show you what they're for. And then also there's the added benefit. If you build a project, it's something you can put on your portfolio. You can share it on Twitter. You can send it to recruiters and be like, hey, look, you wanted to know what I can do? Here's 3 projects that I built in the last couple months. Each of them does something different, and let me tell you why they're badass. And so that's living proof of your skills. So they both serve their purpose, but just keep in mind what those purposes are. And depending on where you're at in your learning journey, that will help you decide which of those things to focus on more. Because I think you should definitely do them both. But depending on where you're at, that'll determine, okay, how many Code Wars do I do versus spending time working on my project? Okay? Hopefully that helps. Matthias says, I always thought I could not be consistent, but then I hit a year streak on Duolingo. Nice, way to go. Then I thought I'm ready to learn coding. Yeah, and also too, cadence is important, right? If you find yourself spinning your wheels on one particular like task or anything, right? If you're spinning your wheels too long on anything, you're just going to burn out. So it's also important to know when to ask for help and when to move on to the next thing. When should I, maybe you spend 20 minutes on a homework problem or on a Code Wars problem. And if you can't solve it in 20 minutes, then you look at the answer. There's nothing wrong with that. But what's important is that, okay, I've spent 20 minutes, I didn't figure it out. I looked at the answer. I'm going to come back tomorrow and I'm going to try again. See if I remember that answer. See if it really made sense to me. I'm going to do it again. And then if it does make sense to me, I'm going to move on to the next topic. If not, I'm going to look at the answer again and I'm going to really try to understand why it works the way it does. So just be intentional about the way that the time that you're spending and how you're using that time. Dan says, we just haven't found the right bribe to get double mind streams each week. I used to do 2 streams a week. I did. Back in 2022, when I was literally learning web development on stream here, I did 2 streams a week. It was a lot, not gonna lie. Fortunately, I now have other things going on in my life that take more of my time, so I've modified my cadence. Right, I've backed down to 1 stream because I have other things I want to, spend my life on. So yeah, modify as needed. Right, adjust. Oh my goodness, Hars, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. And thank you, Hubert John, thank you so much. Both of you, Hubert John and Hars. My alerts suck, I apologize, but thank you both so much. Hars and Hubert John, thank you. Dan says, what do you mean you wish doing Code Wars all day was true? Good gosh. Hey, Dan, I did I did every single one of the 8Q Code Wars because I was addicted to the points. Just the gamification of it. I was like, give me all the points. I did every single one. I am heavily game motivated and it's not healthy. I wouldn't recommend it. Not good for you. Yeah, exactly. As Braegard says, at work you get paid to track down a bug written 12 years ago in a code base made from rubber bands. Been there, done that, my friend. Absolutely. It's a code base with no documentation, written in an obsolete language that happens to be made of rubber bands. Yep. Exactly. Sweet, sweet points, indeed. Kingston says, how are the cats? I don't have any cats right now. Yeah, no cats at the moment. Hoping to get back to it eventually. Alrighty, any last topics of the discussion before we go and raid somebody? I'm going to pull up the raid screen in the background here. I do want to see if Coder Girlfriend is still streaming. I promised we would raid them if they were still online when we were done here. So I'm going to just check on that. And Braegard says, no language is obsolete yet. Banks are still using Algol. Yeah. Every single language that has ever been invented is being used somewhere for something. Whoops. I just screwed up my background there trying to click on something else. Whoopsie. I'll have to fix that. Oh, well. One thing I don't like about Streamlabs is that it doesn't have, like, edit screens. I still miss Twitch Studio. Never gonna get over that. Still salty. Yeah, and Braegard, like I say, like I've made a career out of SQL, and that's almost 50 years old. So yeah, and projects are going to help you definitely. Like I say, they're going to help you show how much of a badass you are. Building a project and being able to talk about that project is going to really help you, just be passionate and show your passion, show your skills, and give the recruiter something to talk about with you. If they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you built this really cool, this app is so cool to help map forest fires in California. Like your recruiter might say, oh yeah, hey, I was a volunteer firefighter for a while. That's so cool. Can you tell me a little bit more about the mechanics of how you're mapping this stuff? How does that work? So you never know who you might connect with through your project. All right, get into the raids. Twitch has a janky interface. Womp womp. Oh my gosh, and they've changed it again. Where's my raid button? Killing me, Twitch. All right, there we go. Found it. All right. Yeah, and Bantu says you can write a bot in Python. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm interested in. So at the start of the stream, before you got here, I was kind of talking about my goals for learning Python. And obviously my main goal is for better data analysis because I'm working with truly, massive data sources. And I want to be able to do better like mass analysis on those sources. But my secondary goal is, automate the crap out of stuff. Automate, just be better at automating things, I guess. I've done automation before, just using, shell scripts and Microsoft Power Automate, using PowerShell, all the kind of the basic automation methods that you can use. But I would really like to branch out into Python because I think I could do a lot more with Python than I'm doing now. So yeah, automation is fun. Everybody should do it. And once you've done it once, you'll be hooked. Calvin says that Python Automate the Boring Stuff book. Yeah, I got to write that down. I've gotten 2 book recommendations from this stream today. I love it. Of course, Project. Good to have you here. Great to have you here. And welcome to the stream, Calvin, by the way. Thank you for the recommendation. I bet my library has that book. Automate the Boring Stuff. I don't think I'm quite there yet on my Python journey, but I expect to be there very soon. So looking forward to it. All right, let's look for Coder Girlfriend. Did I get that right? Coder Girlfriend. Oh man, I thought I had the right name. What's their name? By Her Grace says, I saw a YouTube short of someone automate the queue, accepting banning picking a League of Legends lobby. So it's a dodge. Wow, that's awesome. I love that. Oh, Automate the Boring Stuff is free. Ah, man, more free stuff. I love it. The tech community is so great. Like, jeepers. Okay, but what is their name? Is it Coding Girlfriend or Coder Girlfriend? I should have written it down. Coding Girlfriend? Girlfriend? Goth Girlfriend? No, that's not it. Amethyst says, so the next Python stream is next Sunday? Yes. This will be a every Sunday stream until we get through the material. So who knows how long that'll be? It might be a few months. It's probably going to be a few months until we get through all the material. Just kind of like we did with React. We didn't really have a timeline. It was just like, hey, we're going to do it until we're done. And that worked out pretty well. And if you miss any of the streams, that's perfectly fine. I record them. So head to my Twitch channel where you are now and click on the videos tab and you can see them there. So if you miss one, no worries. You can watch it later. Matthias says, do you know when the stream will start? Same time as always, 3 p.m. Eastern. Same as always. No difference. Yeah. Thanks, Dave. Okay, I want to find this person. Is it? I thought it was Coder Girlfriend. Girlfriend. Code. Oh, capitals. Gosh dang it. Yeah, I bet you're right. Coder Girlfriend. Still not coming up. Where the frickety frack are they? I really wanted to raid them. Let me just search for them. I'm not going to search for them in the raid. I'm just going to search for them generally on Twitch. See if they come up. So let me go over here. Go back to regular Twitch. Just going to do a general search for them. I want to find this person. All right. Coder girlfriend. They might, maybe it's not finding them because they're not online. Okay, yeah, I think that's them. Oh, okay, they're not streaming until tomorrow. Darn it. All right. Well, everybody give Coder Girlfriend. Yeah, they're offline. Okay. Everybody give Coder Girlfriend a follow. Dan linked to their channel. So I'm going to give them a follow right now. You go ahead and give them a follow too. Because they are in 100 devs. Please give them a follow, show them some love. And when they go live tomorrow, just tune in, see what they're doing, see what's up. Looks like they're just going to do a nice, cozy co-working stream. So if you are struggling with motivation, maybe go hang out with Coder Girlfriend tomorrow at 6 p.m. or whatever time that is for you. Pinak recommends Matisse Tech. All right, let's look what they're doing. Head back to the raid page. Oops. Oh, I just clicked something. I don't know what it was. Okay. Let's try this person. Oh, no. Matisse Tech. Try copy that again. There we go. Oh, okay. Great. Small streamer. Love it. We always, in general, if you're new here, we try to always, when we raid somebody, we try to stay within the same category, which this person is. We also try to raid somebody with a smaller viewer count than us because we want to elevate those folks up and, a rising tide lifts all boats, right? So we want to raid smaller streamers, get them some viewers. And because a lot of the times they are working on stuff that is so freaking cool, but nobody can see it because of the Twitch algorithm. So we want to, juice them up a little bit, get them some viewers. So let's see what Matisse is doing. Ooh, Twitch Hackathon. Oh, look at that. Oh, and they have fun stream stuff, like fun little stream guys down there at the bottom. I love that. Okay. Also, thank you for the follow, Kata. Thank you for the follow, By Her Grace. And again, thank you for the subs, Hars and whoever else it was. I forget. I apologize. Let me see. Huber John, thank you so much. Huber John and Hars for the subs earlier as well. Yeah, how cute. I know, right? Let's give them a raid. Let's show them some love. As always, when we raid them, keep that same attitude, that same lovely attitude that you bring to my chat. Bring that over to their chat. Treat the person we're raiding just like you would treat me, and show them the power and the positive attitude of this community. All right, so we're going to start this raid right now and go show them some love. All right, raid is starting and I will see you all next weekend for some more Python. Let's go. All right, raid is starting. Of course, Lalo. Have a great week. 3, 2, 1, and raid.